Chapter 80. Young Master, if you have any orders, please tell me directly. There's no need to be so polite to Yenji. Although Yenji was still a little confused about where she was now, she hurriedly said after hearing Gu Changa's words. Recently, she felt a little guilty because she couldn't repay Gu Changa's kindness. Hearing Gu Changa's words, she heaved a sigh of relief instead. She didn't think that she was worthy of Gu Changa's care without asking for anything in return. Actually, it's not a big deal. But before that, I'll help you reconstruct your body first. Gu Changa smiled. Only a few people knew about Yen Ji's existence. Coincidentally, she was very strong at her peak and was a great saint. Gu Changa was obviously more assured to leave some secret matters to her. Moreover, he was very assured about Yen Ji. When they were in the lower realms, he had already seen her temperament. She was a person worth trusting and giving instructions to. Reconstruct my body! Hearing this, Yen Ji's glass-like light red eyes couldn't help but tremble. Her expression suddenly became a little absent-minded. She had also thought about the day when she could reconstruct her body. However, it was obviously a long time away, especially when she found out that the place she woke up in was a relatively desolate lower realm. She had almost given up on this idea. Anyway, she would just wait. At that time, she indeed had plans. On one hand, she taught Yi Chen. On the other hand, she also thought that when he was strong, he could help her find some natural treasures to reconstruct her body. However, Yi Chen was really too weak, so Yen Ji didn't have such plans. She would wait for the day when her remnant soul slowly dissipated, just in time to repay Yi Chen's kindness of waking her up. However, due to a freak combination of factors, she was now following Gu Changa. This once unreachable dream was just a matter of a few words from Gu Changa. Such a big gap made her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Suddenly, she felt somewhat fortunate. If Yi Chen didn't misunderstand her and didn't break off with her character, she might still be in some corner of the lower realms, waiting to dissipate. All of this could be said to be a coincidence. Why is young Master Gu so nice to me? Yen Ji's ruby-like eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Changa without blinking. She couldn't help but have such a thought. Once was fine, but it happened again and again. How could this be explained? Moreover, Gu Changa's identity was very noble. He was the young master of the Changsheng family. Now, this place must have returned to the upper realm. After all, judging from the various decorations in this palace, the spirit energy was like a tide, and the light of treasures was hidden. Ordinary forces were far from having such a foundation. This already displayed the terrifying power of a long-life family. She was shocked. Although Yen Ji was not a fool, she was not stupid. It was precisely because of this that she was puzzled. What could young Master Gu possibly want from her? Is he interested in my strength? Or was it his background? The long-life family didn't lack powerful individuals. Even though his background was a bit special, before the long-life family, it wasn't much. As for her taking a fancy to him, she didn't quite believe it. Even though she was very confident in her appearance, as the young master of the long-life family, young Master Gu wouldn't lack beautiful women by his side. With just one sentence, who knew how many proud women in the upper realm would volunteer to sleep with him? She was confused for a moment. Was he purely doing a good deed? But for someone as ambitious and ruthless as young Master Gu, it was obviously even more impossible. Young Master, I'm already indebted to you. Let's forget about the matter of reconstructing my body. Yen Ji doesn't know how to repay you anymore. After that, although Yen Ji was very tempted by the idea of reconstructing her body, she still gently shook her head and refused. She had her own persistence because she couldn't find a way to repay Gu Changa. Gu Changa was not surprised by this. If Yen Ji didn't ask for the reason, then there would be a problem. There was a slight smile on his face, but it was also somewhat thought-provoking. Why? Isn't it good to reconstruct your body? Shouldn't this have been your plan and goal all along? Or is it too easy to say and you don't feel a sense of accomplishment? He chuckled lightly with a slightly teasing tone. Hearing this, Yanji could not help but be slightly stunned. She wanted to glare at him. What did he mean by too easy to say and I don't feel a sense of accomplishment? But he wasn't right. If she followed Yi Qin, it would be impossible for her to reconstruct her body in this lifetime. But if she followed young Master Gu, it could be done with just one sentence from him. Sure enough, some things and some people could never be compared to each other. What she pursued her whole life, she was already standing at the finish line the moment she was born. Everything was within reach. This made her feel even more complicated. In fact, she faintly felt that the reason she was despised by young Master Gu was because she was once on his enemy's side. But Gu Chang'e did not care at all. It was as if he understood everything very clearly. This made Yanji feel touched. Don't worry, I naturally have my own reasons for helping you reconstruct your body. Don't think too much about it. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, women, once they were touched, they would be fine. This saying was the same no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life. He had subdued Yanji largely because of her luck points. Kill the chicken to get the eggs, or keep the chicken until it lays eggs. This obviously did not need to be said. Moreover, Yanji was not weak herself. Currently, the experts that Gu Chang'e could use were only at the level of Elder Ming. The Gu family would not give the younger generation servants who were too strong. Otherwise, they would lack training. He also needed people. Then what is young Master Gu's motive? Hearing this, Yanji was a little curious and wanted to know. What's there to ask? Don't ask. If you ask, it means that he wants your body. Gu Chang'e stared at her beautiful eyes and chuckled. Hearing this, Yanji's head buzzed. She was stunned. Young Master Gu is really annoying. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Yanji glared at him. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this. What kind of answer was this? He wanted her body, so he wanted her to reconstruct her body? Yanji felt her heart beating very fast at this moment. If an ordinary person had said this, she would have slapped him with her cold eyes. However, Gu Chang'e's words made her feel dizzy and her face burn. He must be making fun of her. Why would young Master Gu like her? How was this possible? Outer zone of the upper realm, Shiling State. Gu Xian had been hiding in the dark. The little red bird on her shoulder had grown bigger. It carried her and the old servant and chased after the divine king in black. From the words of the old man in black, she already knew that he was the old servant that her good brother had sent. An old servant in the divine king realm. It was obvious that her good brother had been living a good life these years. He had great power and influence. Thinking of this, Gu Xian clenched her jade-like hands. She was even more resentful. She had painstakingly cultivated in Peach Village and had many mysterious and powerful masters to guide her. Now, she was only a divine lord. However, he could easily obtain all kinds of resources and power. His current realm was probably even more unfathomable. But I won't give up. Even Big Sister Peach Demon said that my foundation was the strongest she had ever seen. I won't be weaker than Gu Chang'e. In the future, I will take everything back. Gu Xian secretly clenched her jade-like hands. At the same time, she followed the old man in black. She had many secret treasures that could hide her aura. Therefore, she was not afraid of being discovered by the old man in black. However, she did not know why Gu Chang'e had sent the old man in black to find her clan. Kill them all? Thinking of this, Gu Xian gritted her teeth. Her delicate and flawless face was full of hatred. My good brother, I didn't think that you would never let me go after all these years. Soon, she suppressed the anger and hatred in her heart. With me here, no one can hurt my clan. Gu Xian thought to herself. High in the sky ahead, Elder Ming did not know that he was being followed. He had only come to pass on the young lord's order and bring the Gu clan clansmen back to the inner area. As for other matters that the young lord had not ordered, he did not care. Soon, Elder Ming followed the route and found the majestic ancient city where the Gu clan was located. The city was extremely lively and majestic. All kinds of clans and sects came and went. There were tens of millions of cultivators. He immediately smiled warmly and did not put on any airs. Although he was the young lord's subordinate, he could not be too overbearing at this time. After all, the Gu clan clansmen here used to be one of the most powerful bloodlines in the Gu clan. Boom! Soon, his divine king aura erupted and swept through the ancient city below. At the same time, Elder Ming's voice reverberated in the sky. On the young lord's orders, I have come to find the Gu clan clansmen. He believed that this sentence would definitely let the people below know what it meant. Boom! The moment Elder Ming released his aura, the entire ancient city was shaken. All the cultivators were shocked. A divine king had actually come here, looking for the Gu clan clansmen. They only knew that this ancient city was indeed controlled by the Gu clan. They were the absolute overlords here. What kind of person was this divine, king, black-robed, old man who suddenly appeared? And what did the young lord mean? Everyone was extremely shocked. They felt that something big might happen today. At this moment, in a group of magnificent buildings, a few elders with powerful auras looked out of the city with solemn expressions. Who would have thought that after a few years of peace, Gu Changa would come again? However, he only sent a divine king here. Is he looking down on us? Their expressions were resentful and gloomy. After all, they knew who the young lord was. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Gu Changa was here to kill them all. Has the situation in the clan reached such a stage? There are elders of the other bloodlines here. Gu Changa doesn't care about them anymore? I didn't expect that the elders would not be able to stop Gu Changa after protecting us for so many years. Forget it, forget it. Today we might as well, while they were guessing with ugly expressions. Outside the city, Elder Ming's voice sounded again. The young lord has sent this old servant to bring the Gu clan clansmen back to the clan. As soon as this was said, everyone present was stunned. Why was it different from what they had imagined? Bring them back to the clan? What had happened? They had been exiled for so many years, and now they were brought back to the Gu clan. It had to be said that this was unexpected. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked. Chapter 81. At this moment, all the Gu clansmen were stunned. They were already prepared to resist, but they really did not expect this divine king elder to come here to say such a thing. Is there some kind of scheme? On the surface, he wants to bring us back to the Gu clan, but in reality, he wants to kill us all secretly. At this moment, many people in the mansion were puzzled and frowned. They did not understand what Gu Changa was planning. I want to see what Gu Changa is up to. No matter how bold he is, he won't dare to attack us so openly. Although many people were very tempted to return to the Gu clan, they were not stupid. They felt that there was some kind of scheme hidden in this. Buzz! In an instant, many Gu clansmen appeared and came out of the city. Although their cultivation was sealed when they were exiled, and they could not use their full strength, the prestige of being in a high position for a long time could not be concealed. All the cultivators and creatures in the ancient city were shocked when they saw this. The distance between the outer and inner regions was too far. It was not an exaggeration to describe the star field between them as the quicksand of the Ganges. Therefore, very few people would associate the Gu clansmen in front of them with the powerful and terrifying clan. This was too inconceivable. You were sent by Gu Changa. A middle-aged man with a dignified face stared at Elder Ming and asked slowly. This old servant was sent by the young master. The young master will be in charge of the Gu clan in the future. He specially ordered this old servant to bring back the clansmen here. Elder Ming replied. This was what Gu Changa had told him. In fact, he did not know why this clan was exiled here. In the Gu clan, he could not even enter the inner island. He was just a retainer. However, he had vaguely heard about what happened more than 10 years ago. It was a taboo matter that could not be talked about. He did not dare to think too much about it. He would lose his head. Take over the Gu clan? Ha! 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 It seems that you feel that our bloodline is no longer a threat to him? The middle-aged man sneered. How could a wolf cub change his mind? The others also looked calm. It was obvious that they did not appreciate it. At this moment, Elder Ming said, the young master said that he would give justice to all of you. As for whether you believe him or not, it doesn't matter. Although the outer realm is vast and free, how can it compare to the clan? The young master also said that he might consider releasing the uncles in the prison. Elder Ming said these words according to Gu Changa's request. Otherwise, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mention such a taboo topic in the Gu family. Could it be that this wolf cub really knows his wrongs and can change? When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned and a little skeptical. This was not something a person like Gu Changa would say. As for whether or not there were other schemes, he had absolute confidence in the rest of the Gu family. Other than Gu Changa, no one else would think of secretly harming their own family members. Immediately, the rest of the clansmen were puzzled and began to discuss in low voices. It was precisely because of Gu Changa's suppression that they had no choice but to move to the outer realms. To be honest, after getting used to staying in the Gu family, the seemingly prosperous outer realm was no different from a desolate place in their eyes. Naturally, they were extremely willing to return to the clan. But, most importantly, they couldn't figure out why Gu Changa would do this. Actually, all of this was forced by the clan elders, right? Otherwise, with Gu Changa's temperament, he could forget about taking over the Gu family. Very quickly, they thought of this point and couldn't help but sneer, feeling that it made sense. Gu Changa wanted to take over the Gu family, but the clan elders didn't agree. In the end, they had no choice but to come up with such a good compromise. They would return to the Gu family, and Gu Changa would take over the position of the future patriarch. Elder Ming didn't know about this either, but Gu Changa had already predicted that this group of people would have such guesses. Everyone will know when you return to the Gu family. Why are you guessing now? We can't let the clan elders' compromise go to waste. Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the others were also moved, suppressing the excitement in their hearts. When they returned to the Gu family, under the eyes of many clan members, unless Gu Changa was extremely daring and really wanted to split the Gu family, he wouldn't dare to casually make a move against them. Gu Xian who was secretly watching all of this, was also stunned for a long time. The situation was different from what she had expected. At first, she also thought that the black-clothed elder had come to exterminate them. When she heard that he had come on Gu Changa's orders to bring the clan members back, she was also stunned for a moment. She subconsciously thought that this was some kind of conspiracy. Moreover, she was very close and found that the black-clothed elder's gentle and polite expression didn't seem to be fake. What happened to the Gu family? Why would Gu Changa be so kind? He actually sent a servant to do this kind of thing? This kind of thing was too unbelievable to her. That good brother of hers was vicious, merciless, and heartless. It was impossible for him to let her clan members go. She could see that the reason why the clan members had been doing well all these years was all due to the efforts of the clan elders. It had nothing to do with Gu Changa at all. I want to see what Gu Changa has up his sleeve. He can't be so kind. I can't show myself now, but I'm relieved that the clan members are doing well. Gu Xian watched all of this in the dark. She didn't show herself, nor did she move. Instead, she watched all of this and watched as the clan members started to move things. Then, she quietly left. Before leaving Peach Village, her master had given her a token and asked her to go to the palace of heavenly immortals to find the Great Elder. That Great Elder was said to be one of the most terrifying existences in the upper realm. He once owed her master a favor. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals was an extremely famous immortal sect in the upper realm. It had a long history. Many emperor clans, royal clans, and immortal clans often sent their clan members there to cultivate. It was even said that the origin of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was related to the immortals of the most ancient era. It contained immortal carvings and many scriptures. Her cultivation was still very weak, so she had to cultivate harder before she could challenge that good brother of hers and take back everything. Upper Realm, Inner Area, Longevity Gu Clan's Inner Island. Guchanga was at the back mountain of the Divine Island. Formation patterns covered all sides to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Other than him, there was no one else on the island. In a pool that was shrouded in mist, filled with immortal energy and overflowing with divine light, a graceful body sat cross-legged in the center. The water shimmered. Red flames circled in the center. The black color was mixed with reddish gold. It was extremely dazzling. Thousands of auspicious lights began to appear in the center. All kinds of rare materials, sacred medicines, divine materials, and spiritual liquids that were hundreds of thousands of years old were turning into shocking divinity outside the pool and gathering in the center. The brilliance was too dazzling. It was as if it was going to create a land of immortals. If there was an alchemist here, he would definitely cry out that it was a waste. He would feel heartache for wasting natural resources. Any of the materials here was extremely difficult to find in the outside world. It was difficult to get them even at the auction house at a high price. Soon, the momentum here disappeared. A majestic and terrifying pressure began to fill the air. This was the pressure of the Saint Realm. Moreover, it was the pressure of the Great Saint Realm. Splash! It was accompanied by the sound of water. Yen Ji walked out with surprise and joy in her eyes. Young Master Gu! She saw Gu Changa standing not far away at a glance. Her cold voice was filled with joy. She could not help but smile. Gu Changa nodded slightly. There was a hint of appreciation in his expression. Not bad. He did not waste so many of his resources. This body was reconstructed flawlessly. It was as if it was created by the hands of the heavens. There were no flaws to be found. Her divine bones were immortal, cold and otherworldly. However, there were wisps of reddish gold flames dancing on her hair. The only words that came to Gu Changa's mind were that she was both pure and charming. Young Master Gu, do I look good? Yen Ji spun around in front of Gu Changa. She was a little shy. After all, this was the first time she appeared in the state of a remnant soul. Gu Changa smiled and said, You look quite good. Hearing that, Yen Ji smiled even more happily. Even the tips of her eyebrows could not help but be dyed with joy. But aren't you cold? After that, Gu Changa asked. Yen Ji was stunned when she heard that. Then she was stunned. She suddenly realized that after she reconstructed her body, she was not like a remnant soul. When she came out, she was not naked. In other words, she was not wearing anything now. So, she even spun around in front of Gu Changa. When she realized that, she was completely stunned. Her face was even scarier than a cooked shrimp. At this moment, Yen Ji looked at Gu Changa's obviously playful expression. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was too embarrassing. However, Gu Changa clearly had no intention of continuing to tease her. He took out a white robe and put it on her. There was still a long way to go. At this time, there was still proper business for her. With the strength of a great sage, she could help him find out some things. Thank you, young master. Yen Ji was not an ordinary person. After thousands of years of cultivation, she quickly calmed down, but her face was still a little hot. The outer region, the forsaken land of immortals. Help me find out if there is anything special in the depths. Contact me if there is anything. This is a domain breaker talisman. If you meet a strong opponent, you can use this to escape. Don't hesitate. Your life is more important. Gu Changa said gently. He took out the domain breaker talisman from the system warehouse and gave it to her. This thing could help her escape at a critical moment. Of course, the prerequisite was that she did not meet those unfathomable old monsters. The Domain Breaker Talisman could easily break through the barriers of the world. Presumably, it could help her escape when she met with danger. Gu Xian had indeed gone to the forsaken land of immortals. According to the usual logic, such a place where no one dared to go must have hidden a great opportunity or great danger. After all, Yanji was a great sage. It was not difficult for her to pass through the forsaken land of immortals. She could help him investigate Gu Xian's current background. After knowing her background, many things could be planned. As for sending the rest of the Gu clan, not to mention that Gu Changa's current power was not enough to order around great sages. Moreover, almost many of the Gu clan's clansmen were constantly being watched. He sent people to the forsaken land of immortals? What was the meaning of this? Many of the clan's elders would probably link it to Gu Xian. Gu Changa did not want to destroy the prestige he had painstakingly established so quickly. The forsaken land of immortals? I understand. Rest assured, young master. Hearing this, Yanji nodded and took the Domain Breaker Talisman. Since it was Gu Changa's order, she would definitely do it well. Chapter 82. Yanji left the Gu family with Gu Changa's token. No one dared to stop her along the way. Now that Gu Changa was appointed as the young master, it was time for him to have great power. Looking at the woman in the red dress and seeing that she was carrying Gu Changa's token, many of the clan members could not help but think in that direction and did not dare to offend her. Many clan elders heard the report from their informants and did not care much. After all, she was not a member of the Gu family and was a great saint. It was inevitable that she would be discovered and angered Gu Changa. In the next few days, Gu Changa began to prepare for the rest of the matters. The matter of the fate points was settled, and the clan had made the necessary arrangements. Elder Ming brought the exiled clan members back to report on the completion of the mission. This caused quite a stir in the Gu family. A few clan elders welcomed them with joy. Many clan members saw that Gu Changa did not seem to be acting casually, and their attitude towards him was much better. During this time, Gu Changa appeared to meet them, but did not say much. He secretly instructed his confidants to pay attention to the clan's movements. Although he did not care much about what revenge they would take against him, it was good to have everything under control. When the clan members found out that it was Gu Changa who took the initiative to bring them back to the clan, and that he was not pressured by the clan elders, they were extremely shocked. Then their emotions became extremely complicated, especially when they heard the clan elders talking about Gu Changa, saying that he was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf and was willing to correct his mistakes. They could not help but fall silent. This was a good thing for the Gu family after all. But the hatred of the past could not be resolved so easily. The humiliation and pain that their clan had suffered, and the pain that the little girl who had her Dao bone dug out by Gu Changa had suffered all these years, could not be resolved with a simple apology. Most importantly, they did not know where Gu Xian was, and did not know if she was still alive. For the sake of their family, they could tolerate it. However, when it came to the matter of Gu Xian, Gu Changa did nothing. They couldn't accept it. Furthermore, Gu Changa did not say a single word of apology. He did not even say a single word. When he came in, he glanced around and seemed to have picked someone, then turned around and left. This made the people of this bloodline extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Gu Changa was now the young master. But soon after, Gu Changa ordered the seals in their bodies to be undone. The cultivation that had been sealed all these years was naturally restored. Furthermore, many of the uncles that had been imprisoned in the underground prison were also released. This made them feel extremely conflicted. Their feelings towards Gu Changa fluctuated from time to time, and they were completely unable to figure out what Gu Changa was planning. In the end, he felt that he was indeed trying to ease the tension between them. But because of his personality, he couldn't bring himself to apologize, so he might as well do something practical. For a moment, their attitude towards Guchanga was not as hostile as before. As the saying goes, nothing is better than knowing one's wrongs and being able to change. Even someone like Guchanga could repent. This made them feel that there was still hope for this person. After all, they were all from the same clan. After being exiled all these years, they did not actually suffer much. It was just that they were angry in their hearts, feeling that the bloodline's attitude towards him had improved slightly. Guchanga was not surprised. His actions were naturally within his plan. If he had apologized at the beginning, undone the seals, and let them go, they would not appreciate it. Instead, they would think that he had ulterior motives and was a freak. But if he changed his tactics and did not apologize, he would make them suspicious, angry, and annoyed. Then he would directly undo the seals and let them go. They would think that he was actually planning to repent. There was no other intention, but he could not bring himself to do so. These were similar matters, so the results would definitely be different when handling them, and it was the kind of difference that was like heaven and earth. Guchanga did not think that his methods were brilliant, but it just so happened that he could find the pain point every time and grasp it well. Then he began to deal with the matters around him. Since Suchinga and Lin Shohan were brought here by him from the lower realm, he naturally had to settle them down well. After seeing the big world of the Gu family during this period of time, they would not be bullied if they went to other sects and forces because of their personalities. Suchinga was very smart, so there would not be any problems. However, Lin Shohan had a gentle personality, but she was pitifully stupid. Guchanga always felt that she would not be able to live for more than a few days in the cultivation world alone. However, considering her terrifying talent in alchemy, she would be snatched as a disciple if she went to a large sect of alchemy. They would not let her suffer the slightest grievance. Guchanga did not think much about it. He first took the time to take Suchinga to the divine sect of Taichu, where his mother was, and visit her. The divine sect of Taichu. This was an ancient force in the inner realm of Boro heaven. It had existed for an extremely long time, and its territory was vast. Because of its style of doing things, the divine sect of Taichu was also called the demonic sect by various forces. Of course, the situation had improved over the years. With the efforts of the disciples and elders of the divine sect of Taichu, the demonic sect was barely changed to be more righteous. However, it was difficult to hide the nature of the demonic sect. The other orthodoxies had to be careful when they passed through Boro heaven to avoid being robbed. Guchanga was the son of the previous saintess of the divine sect of Taichu and the young master of the Gu family. Naturally, he arrived there without any obstacles and found his mother, who was cultivating. The two of them chatted for a long time. Guchanga told his mother what he said to his father. His mother's eyes immediately reddened. Her heart ached, and she said that her son had suffered all these years. Guchanga had nothing to feel guilty about. After all, the demonic nature had been resolved. Presumably, his parents would not want to see him like before. As for Suchinga's origin, Guchanga left it to his mother. He was very relieved. Suchinga happened to be liked by his mother, so Guchanga let her stay with his mother for the time being. At the same time, he could investigate her memories and find out what they were. After staying in the divine sect of Taichu for a few days, Guchanga returned to the Gu family. He took Lin Shohan to visit the Purple Pole alchemy sect in the Eastern Victory heaven of the Inner Territory. There were many heavens in the Inner Territory. The territories were divided by different heavens. The Eastern Victory heaven was connected to many lower realms of alchemy. It was even said to be the supreme realm of alchemy. Countless alchemy cultivators wanted to ascend there. There were many supreme grandmasters in alchemy. The pills they refined were hard to find. In terms of resources, there were very few forces that could compare, especially when it came to alchemy. Their connections were not to be underestimated. Although the Purple Pole alchemy sect was huge and claimed to be the #1 sect in alchemy, they had been suppressed by other alchemy sects over the years. The most important thing was that they did not have good disciples. It was difficult to find cultivators with talent in alchemy, not to mention that they had to be qualified. Not just anyone with talent in alchemy could join them. Most of the time, they looked for disciples in various areas of the upper realm. This was because it was rare to see alchemists ascend from the lower realm. Even if they did, they would be captured by many forces at the edge of the outer territory. They would be brought back to the sect as free labor. Therefore, these alchemy sects were really short of disciples. They were rich in resources and did not lack anything. The only thing they lacked was talented disciples. Asking for fresh flowers. The sects were also thinking of ways to find cultivators with good talent in alchemy. They sent them to the major alchemy sects to seek benefits for themselves. At this moment, the Purple Pole alchemy sect was surrounded by mountains. Celestial mountains rose and fell. Silver waterfalls splashed. There were thousands of rays of light. There was a big commotion among the various peaks. Many peak masters of the alchemy peaks ran out in shock when they heard the report from their disciples. The young master of the Longevity Gu clan is outside the sect. Although the Purple Pole alchemy sect claimed to be the #1 holy land of alchemy, they knew that they were inferior to forces like the Longevity family and the imperishable sections. After all, they were alchemists. In terms of heritage and even combat strength, they were far inferior to the Longevity family and the imperishable sections. Even when facing such a giant force from the upper realm, they would still be afraid, especially when the other party was the young master of the Longevity family. Even the elders had to be careful when dealing with such a status. Hearing this report, many disciples and elders of the Purple Pole alchemy sect were shocked. They hurriedly turned into divine rainbows and flew over. Is this the Purple Pole alchemy sect that young master told me about? I smelled the scent of alchemy from afar. It's the same even on the mountain gate. The two words alchemy sect really have a terrifying alchemy rhythm. 0 inches front of the mountain gate. Lin Xiuhan was wearing a long blue dress. Her face was slightly powdered, which made her look even more beautiful. She was looking at them curiously. She was very happy to hear that Gu Chang'e wanted to send her here to learn alchemy. After all, she was very interested in alchemy. After learning it, she could help Gu Chang'e. That way, she wouldn't seem too useless. After all, it's a famous alchemy sect in the upper realm. Although it looks a little down, it's not lacking in resources. Most importantly, it said that the Purple Pole alchemy sect has the pill formula of the Purple Pole celestial pill. That's a celestial pill that even immortals covet. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Wearing a black robe, he stood under the mountain gate with a slender figure. There seemed to be light flowing all over his body, making him look like a young god. Many disciples of the Purple Pole alchemy sect in front of him looked askance and were secretly shocked. There was one more thing that he didn't say. The competition among the other alchemy sects was fierce. Unlike the Purple Pole alchemy sect, they didn't have many disciples who could compete. With such a down-and-out appearance, they could only rely on a group of old antique elders to keep up appearances. A talent like Lin Xiuhan's would naturally be more important here. As long as Lin Xiuhan could join, Gu Chang'e would naturally gain a large amount of luck points if she was appointed as the successor of the Purple Pole alchemy sect. TSK. Gu Chang'e could already imagine himself doing nothing and earning luck points every day. When that time came, he could just lie down and add points casually and bully people when he had nothing to do. The life of a villain was so boring. Behind Gu Chang'e, Ada, Elderming, and the rest of his confidants followed. Their auras were extremely powerful, which made the group of disciples in front of them tremble. Gu Chang'e, the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. Why did such a prominent figure bring a woman here? They had known for a long time. In the entire upper realm, this young master of the Gu clan definitely had a place among the most eye-catching young supreme venerables. Born god, true immortal beauty. There are too many titles which showed how powerful he was. They didn't expect to see him in person today, so they couldn't help but feel shocked. Soon, waves of divine rainbows flew in front of them and turned into several figures that landed on the ground. They were the current elders of the Purple Pole Alchemy Sect. Young Master of the Gu clan has come to the Purple Pole Alchemy Sect in person. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. An elder wearing a crimson robe cupped his hands and said with a kind smile on his face, Righteousness. Chapter 83. The red-robed elder was called Elder Chihua. He was the current 6th elder of the Purple Pole Pale Sect. No one knew how long he had lived. It was said that he was transformed from a wisp of red sun, heavenly fire. His alchemy skills were extremely famous in the upper realm. Behind him, there were also many elders and disciples, but it was obvious that he was the leader. Among the group of disciples, the men and women were all dressed in green robes, but there were runes on their chests to condense into elixir text, indicating their identity. They were the inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect. Their cultivation was not very strong, and they were basically all in the Almighty Realm. At this moment, they were all curiously sizing up Gu Changa. What was the rumored young master of the Gu clan doing in the Purple Pole Pill sect? And why was the blue-dressed woman beside him so weak? She was only in the divinity realm. After all, Gu Changa's identity was very honorable. They only dared to take a few glances, and did not dare to make a sound to avoid being disrespectful. At this moment, everyone was guessing the purpose of Gu Changa's visit in their hearts. Young Master Changa, please come into the sect for a chat. It's too rude to be in front of the mountain gate. Immediately, Elder Chihua made an inviting gesture, inviting Gu Changa to come forward. Gu Changa smiled slightly and followed behind. Soon, divine rainbows rose under everyone's feet, and they headed towards the depths of the Purple Pole Pill sect. In a majestic palace, the fragrance of elixir lingered, looking ancient. Many beautiful disciples came forward to serve tea to Gu Changa and retreated to the side. I wonder why young Master Changa has come to my sect today. Elder Chihua took a sip of tea and then could not help but ask in confusion. The relationship between the Purple Pole Pill sect and the major forces was actually quite good, and there were very few conflicts. Therefore, Gu Changa's visit should not be because of any conflict. At this moment, Gu Changa also spoke with a faint smile on his face. Elder Chihua, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, Changa has come to visit the Purple Pole Pill sect today for a matter. Oh, young Master Changa's matter, is it about this lady? Elder Chihua heard this, and his eyes could not help but focus. In the end, it landed on the blue-dressed woman beside Gu Changa. She was very beautiful, but her cultivation was not very high. He wasn't sure about Lin Xiuhan's identity, so he just called her a girl. But from the looks of it, she should be very close to Gu Changa. It was rumored that the young master of the Gu clan was incomparably cold, aloof, and difficult to deal with. Now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. At least when he was talking to Gu Changa, he didn't feel like anything was wrong. He even felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze, giving people a feeling of gentleness like jade. How could such a person have the temperament of the rumors? Elder Chihua could not help but shake his head. Chu Han was brought up by me from the lower realm. At that time, I saw that her talent in alchemy was not bad, so I wanted to bring her to the upper realm. It just so happened that I sent her to the Purple Pole Pill sect, so as not to waste her talent. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He did not directly say that he saw that the Purple Pole Pill sect was in dire straits recently and wanted to send them a good seedling. That would be too heartless. After all, he was still waiting for the Purple Pole Pill sect to help him nurture Lin Xiuhan and be a sucker. It was a little too much to poke at someone's wound in front of them, so he had already said it very implicitly. If translated, it meant that Lin Xiuhan was brought up by me from the lower realm. Her talent in alchemy is not bad, and I saw that the Purple Pole Pill sect did not have any good disciples recently, so I sent her over. Elder Chihua was also a smart person. He naturally understood when he heard this. His expression was a little awkward, but also a little expectant. After all, Gu Chang'e was the young master of the Gu clan. If he sent someone with a little talent over, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? Young Master Chang'e is very thoughtful. I will first thank you for your kindness on behalf of the Purple Pole Pill sect, young Master Chang'e. Elder Chihua chuckled as he began to size up Lin Xiuhan seriously. Under the pressure of his expression, Lin Xiuhan also became a little nervous. However, when she remembered what young Master Gu said, she calmed down a lot. At this time, she could not panic. Young Master Gu was standing behind her. Lin Xiuhan said to herself in her heart. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, had a calm smile on his face. It did not change at all. He was naturally very clear about Lin Xiuhan's terrifying talent in alchemy. He was definitely going to be the sucker and honest person of the Purple Pole Pill sect. However, at this time, no one jumped out to question him, which made him feel a little bored. After all, it was a normal routine. Should it be the inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect who saw that Lin Xiuhan's cultivation was weak and that she came from the lower realm and began to mock and doubt her? It was a pity that she had such great luck and did not follow this routine. It seemed that after following him for a long time, the good-for-nothing face slapping routine was not popular anymore. Gu Chang'e suddenly felt a little bored. Wherever he went, no one questioned him. It was impossible for him to oppress others with his power. Everyone was so afraid of him. At this time, Elder Chihua suddenly felt a little surprised. He looked at Lin Xiuhan's expression and was somewhat in disbelief. He would not know if he did not size her up, but once he did, he would be shocked. After all, talent was not written on the face. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible to see it at a glance. This required a process of perception, and this perception, he discovered that Lin Xiuhan, this little girl, actually had a strong pill intent. Innate pill intent. One had to know that a wisp of pill intent was something that some alchemy grandmasters dreamed of. However, this little girl had more than 1,000 wisps of it. This made him a little shocked and incredulous. If she walked the path of alchemy, her future was simply limitless. This girl's talent! Elder Chihua was delighted and somewhat excited, but he was still not sure. He ordered the disciple behind him to get a Dharma weapon and prepare to test it. Elder Chihua, Xiuhan's talent is not bad, right? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He had already expected this, but naturally he still had to go through the process. This girl's talent is a little scary. I didn't expect her to appear in the lower realm and even be discovered by young Master Chang'e. Elder Chihua also had a face full of smiles. The way he looked at Lin Xiuhan was as if he was looking at a supreme treasure. Miss, are you willing to be my disciple? He suddenly spoke, and the first sentence made Lin Xiuhan a little confused. She could not wrap her head around it. Was her talent in alchemy really that good? She looked at Gu Chang'e as if she was asking for help. This matter is up to you, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He definitely had to follow her opinion. If she listened to him about becoming his disciple, it would be meaningless. However, this Elder Chihua was a shrewd person. He was actually prepared to snatch Lin Xiuhan first. However, I think you can wait a little longer, Xiuhan. There are many elders in the Purple Pole alchemy sect. Pick one that you think is suitable. This time, Gu Chang'e directly used the word pick. Elder Chihua was a little embarrassed. After all, he did have the intention to snatch her first, but Gu Chang'e exposed it. As for the word pick, he felt that it was very right. Now, it was not a matter of whether they were willing to accept Lin Xiuhan as a disciple, but whether she was willing to be their disciple. Later, when the other elders heard the news and rushed over, they would not be like him. They would probably snatch her directly. The inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole alchemy sect were also shocked at this moment. They had never heard of one being able to choose an elder as their master. Was this blue-dressed woman's talent really that terrifying? Little girl, if you accept me as your master, just tell me whatever alchemy fire you want. In the entire upper realm, I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that there are not many people better than me in controlling fire. Elder Chihua began to prepare to guide Lin Chiohan patiently. He was going to put in a lot of effort to make her choose him as her master. At this time, outside the main hall, a group of elders also swarmed in. They were all very old and famous figures in alchemy. They were living fossils and had extremely terrifying connections and resources. I heard that young Master Changa sent us a good seedling. Young Master Changa is very considerate. The Purple Pole Alchemy Sect is very grateful. The group of elders' auras were very terrifying. They first greeted Gu Changa, then set their eyes directly on Lin Chiohan. That appearance was simply like a group of hungry wolves staring at meat. On the way here, they had already heard about what had happened. Innate alchemy essence and more than one strand. No, F***CK, there's actually so much. How is this possible? An old antique who had lived for a long time could not help but open his eyes wide and burst out swearing. Could this little girl be the manifestation of an ancient divine pill? This kind of talent is simply not seen once in a million years. I feel that we can hold our heads high in this sect trial for once. Hiss! Someone could not help but gasp. He quickly took out the testing instrument and placed it behind Lin Chiohan. Buzz, accompanied by a light tremor. It began to bloom with brilliant brilliance. Various colors illuminated the main hall, bright and dazzling, as if it was going to illuminate the entire main hall. Many disciples could only close their eyes to avoid being pierced by the light. The talent test is not wrong. This little girl has the most suitable physique for alchemy. Give her to me, and in less than 20 years, she will definitely be a renowned alchemy master. Why don't you give her to me? How can a little girl be taught by a bunch of old men like you? What if you teach her wrongly? Little girl, follow me. I only need 18 years, and I will definitely teach you to be a generation's alchemy master, respected by countless people. I only need 15 years. 15 years? I only need 13 years. Haha, that's all you have. Little girl, if you choose me as your master, the next peak master of Tianju Peak will definitely be you. It's not impossible for you to become the sect master. A group of peak masters and elders who could not be seen normally began to compete for the position of master, and even looked like they were quarreling in a small market. The disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect were extremely shocked and even a little confused. They were simply frightened. Young master. Lin Chiohan blinked and looked at Gu Changa for help. When had she ever encountered such a frightening situation? Now her mind was dizzy. You choose yourself, Gu Changa said. No, I only listen to you, young master. Lin Chiohan pouted and directly threw the responsibility to Gu Changa. Why aren't you so smart usually? Gu Changa really wanted to knock her head. Little girl, why don't you follow me? I only need 10 years to teach her to be an alchemy master. At this moment, accompanied by a gentle voice, a beautiful woman in a palace dress slowly walked in from the entrance of the hall with a smile on her face. Her figure was very blurry, as if she came from another world. No one knew how deep her cultivation was. Sect master. All the disciples and elders in the hall greeted her in unison. Her words were obviously directed at Gu Changa. Chapter 84. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. The newcomer was the sect leader of the Purple Pole Alchemy Sect leader Zien. She was a woman who was in charge of the huge Purple Pole Alchemy Sect and was extremely famous in the upper realm. Although she did not look very old, it was only because she had a technique to retain her youth when she was young. Her real age could even be Gu Changa's ancestors' generation. In fact, when he came, he was thinking about letting Lin Chiohan acknowledge this person as her master. Now that she had delivered herself to him, it saved him a lot of effort. Young Master Changa, you're so thoughtful to send such a good seedling to my Purple Pole alchemy sect. You've really solved my sect's emergency. Sect leader Zi Yen walked into the palace and said with a smile. Her voice was very gentle, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Her gaze fell on Gu Changa, as if she wanted to see through him. She had always known about this young supreme martial artist of the Gu clan in the upper realm. He was cold and ruthless, and he only cared about cultivation. The major event that happened to the Gu clan more than 10 years ago was noticed by all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Although it was quickly covered up, she had heard many rumors. It was said that it was caused by this young man in front of her. Senior Ziyan, you must be joking. I'm just offering you a gift. The Purple Pole alchemy sect is the best place for Chiohan now. Gu Changa said with a calm expression. Hearing this, sect leader Zi Yin smiled non-committally. She did not know if the rumors were true or not, but she could see that this young man in front of her was very scheming and had extraordinary means. In addition, his cultivation was also extremely profound. Among the younger generation, there were probably not many who could be mentioned in the same breath as him at the age of 27. He was handsome, elegant, and gentle like jade. This was not a simple person. This is the Purple Pole token of the Purple Pole alchemy sect. Outside, you can freely dispatch the alchemists of the Purple Pole alchemy sect to serve young Master Changa. Even the elders and peak masters of the Purple Pole alchemy sect can use this token to command young Master Changa, but you only have one chance. Young Master Changa sent the little girl to my sect. My Purple Pole pill sect will remember this favor. As sect leader Zi Yen spoke, an object suddenly appeared in her hand. This was a token with Pill Dao patterns carved on it. It was unknown what kind of immortal gold was used to forge it, but it was extremely simple and unadorned. The two large words ZG were extremely conspicuous. Sect Master! All the elders in the hall couldn't help but turn pale. They didn't expect that the sovereign would give such an important extreme purple token to Gu Changa. What did this mean? It goes without saying. To many outside forces, the Purple Pole Pill sect's possession of this item was equivalent to the arrival of the Purple Pole Pill sect's sect master. Even though Gu Changa was the young master of the Gu clan, he had given them such a good seedling like Lin Chiohan. This was a huge favor to the Purple Pole Pill sect, but it was not worth it for them to do so. Oh, it would be impolite of this junior to refuse. Seeing this item, Gu Changa naturally would not refuse. He also knew very well what the extreme purple token represented. To put it bluntly, as long as it was in the field of Pill Dao in the upper realm, the extreme purple token could command most alchemists, and it contained terrifying energy. He was a little surprised that sect leader Zi Yen would give such a good thing to him directly. Adhering to the principle that it would be a waste to refuse benefits, Gu Changa naturally had to accept it. In the future, if he needed pills or something, he could just take the extreme purple token to the alchemists of the Purple Pole Pill sect. He didn't even need to prepare the materials. For example, he could get a bunch of spirit-gathering pills, spirit-transforming pills, and 100-dispersing pills moreover. Gu Changa also knew that sect leader Ziyan was implying that he should sell Lin Chiohan to the Purple Pole Pill sect for a single extreme purple token. Thinking of this, his expression was a little thought-provoking. Instead of being a sucker, he had to think about these useless things. Since he dared to send Lin Chiohan here, he was naturally not afraid that she would betray him. Chiohan, this is the sect leader of the Purple Pole Pill sect. She will be your master in the future. Learn alchemy from her. Then Gu Changa smiled and touched Lin Chiohan's hair, not mentioning at all that he would hand Lin Chiohan over to the Purple Pole Pill sect. In addition, now that the extreme purple token was in his hands, did he want to take it back? He was thinking too much. Instead of being a sucker, he gave him some benefits. He wanted to give sect leader Zi Yin a good person card. Yes, don't worry, young master. I will definitely not let you down. Lin Xiuhan said obediently. Because of Gu Changa's intimate behavior, her face was a little hot. Seeing that Gu Changa pretended not to understand what she meant, sect leader Zi Yan's expression stiffened a little. Sect leader Zi Yan's expression stiffened slightly. It was a little unexpected, but she soon returned to normal. But why did she feel like she was throwing a meat bun at a dog? She suddenly felt a little regretful in her heart. Why did she think that Gu Changa would be a good person? Sure enough, this appearance was very deceiving. Even she subconsciously felt that Gu Changa would not be a bad person. However, sect leader Ziyan also believed that if she kept Lin Xiuhan by her side and taught her carefully, she would naturally develop feelings for the sect as long as time went by. Gu Changa's plan to let the Purple Pole Pill sect help him cultivate people naturally fell through. Your name is Xiuhan, right? From now on, I will call you Master. Then, sect leader Zi Yan said gently to Lin Xiuhan. She liked this simple little girl very much, and even planned to cultivate her as the future sect leader. With such a terrifying talent, it was not impossible for her to surpass her in alchemy in the future. Xiuhan greets Master. Lin Xiuhan also greeted her very obediently. She also had a good impression of this master, who had given her a gift as soon as she arrived. After this trip, not only did he send Lin Xiuhan to the Purple Pole Pill sect and make her the disciple of the sect leader, he also received a favor from the Purple Pole Pill sect and a Purple Pole token. Even his luck points increased by 500 points. Gu Changa felt that his trip was not in vain. Outside the gate of the Purple Pole Pill sect, Gu Changa's figure appeared and was sent here by several elders. Young Master, Elder Ming, and the other trusted subordinates said, Elders, I'll leave you here. I'm relieved to leave Xiuhan to you. Gu Changa turned around and said with a faint smile on his face, Young Master Changa, you're too kind. The Purple Pole Pill sect will always remember your favor today. Several elders cupped their hands and said with a smile on their faces, but they couldn't help but want to roll their eyes. This young master of the Gu family looked like a gentle immortal, but in fact his heart was extremely black. He took the Purple Pole token from the Purple Pole Pill sect without any expression, and even his expression did not change. They could still clearly remember the shocked expression on the sect leader's face when he couldn't take it back. Xiuhan, how did you meet the young master of the Gu family? After Gu Changa left, sect leader Xian told Lin Xiuhan some of the rules of the Purple Pole Pill sect, while she couldn't help but be curious. Where did Gu Changa find such an innocent Lin Xiuhan? It seemed that Lin Xiuhan was completely kept in the dark by Gu Changa. She was purely sold by Gu Changa, but she was still happily helping Gu Changa count the money. She couldn't help but worry about her disciple. She didn't look like a fool. Master, are you talking about the young master? When I first met the young master, it was in the Lin family in the central state of the Azure Heaven Realm, which is my family. Speaking of the scene when she first met Gu Changa, Lin Xiuhan remembered very clearly. He was high and mighty, like a young god with a hazy halo. He sat at the head of the table, looking indifferent and overlooking everything, and she secretly looked at him from outside the crowd. Hearing these words, sect leader Zi Yan was a little speechless. She had lived for a long time and could see these simple tricks at a glance. Gu Changa was indeed not a good person. With just a few tricks, he made Lin Xiuhan fall for him. It seemed that she had to remind Lin Xiuhan in the future to stay away from Gu Changa and see his true colors. They returned to the Gu family from the Purple Pole Pill sect in the East Victory Heaven. It was already 3 days later. Everything was calm and peaceful. In the palace, Gu Changa sat cross-legged. His white robe was otherworldly, and his hair was crystal clear. Each strand was like immortal graphite jade, showing a sense of transcendence. At this moment, his face was incomparably calm, and his eyes were as deep as the vast universe. There were many black runes flowing in them. In the center of his palm, a pitch-black, great, Dao treasure bottle had shrunk to the size of his palm. Black divine, light spread out and floated up and down. It took me so many days to refine a demonic bottle of expiation. Gu Changa muttered to himself and quickly withdrew from the state. A black light flashed in his eyes. The 597 black, great Dao treasure bottle floated up and down and entered his eyes. Soon it disappeared. Attribute interface. Gu Changa called out in his heart. Owner, Gu Changa. Halo, Destined villain. Weapon, 8 desolation demonic halberd. Identity, true disciple of the Dao Heaven Palace of Immortals. Young master of the longevity, Gu family. Physique and bloodline, demonic heart, Dao bone. Cultivation, early stage immortal emperor realm. Arts and abilities, Dao Heavenly Immortal Canon, 8th level, 30%, myriad transformations demon body, innate talent, innate divine will innate talent, void power, innate talent, immortal devouring demon technique, endless immortal mantra, destiny value. 1000 luck points, 1,500 black. System store unlocked. Inventory, 1/3 of the world seed X3, luck plunder card X3. Looking at his current destiny value, Gu Changa muttered to himself and began to search in the system store. If I exchange all my luck points together, I should have more than 16,000 destiny value. I can exchange for a lot of goods. Although the great Dao bone was good, it was not his own. Now that the demonic heart had absorbed the great Dao bone's talent, it was not very useful. Of course, he had to see what good things were in the system store first, so that he could prepare for his future plans. He did not return to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace because he wanted to wait for news from Yanji. He wanted to know what Gu Xian was up to so that he could make some arrangements. Soon, Gu Changa noticed a few things and narrowed his eyes. In that case, there are more possibilities. A thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how strong Gu Xian's background was, it did not matter to him. Everything was under his control. At this moment, outside the palace, there was a servant's report, which made Gu Changa slightly surprised. Young master, the family head wants you to meet him in the main palace. The emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty has brought the 4th princess to meet you. They are now in the main palace. Gu Changa froze for a moment, then chuckled. His fiancée was here? Chapter 85. Gu Changa got up and walked out of the hall. At the same time, he recalled the relevant memories in his mind. Yu Mingkong, the 4th princess of the Wushuang dynasty. She had been engaged to him since young. Regardless of talent, appearance, or background, she was extremely compatible with him. However, according to his previous memories, he did not have a good impression of her, nor did he have any ill intentions. He purely saw her as a tool. Some time ago, the system mentioned that a new lady of luck had appeared, but there was no news after that. Gu Changa thought a lot and considered everyone around him. He had even checked many of his cousins in the clan, but he didn't find anything wrong with it. Their luck points were not very high. At least, compared to Lin Qiuhan, Su Qinga, and the others, it was much lower. So in the end, Gu Changa left a mark on his fiancée. However, this was just a guess. Without seeing her in person, Gu Changa could not be sure. After all, he did not break off the engagement. Logically speaking, it should not be so dramatic. Could it be that she was purely here to give him warmth and his wife? It would not be so normal. The most important thing was that Gu Changa sent people to find out about his fiancée. The result was that Yu Mingkong had been hiding her strength and biding her time for many years. Until recently, she defeated all of his siblings in one fell swoop and obtained the position of crown prince. She sounded like a person with a lot of means. Gu Changa's expression did not change, but all kinds of thoughts were rolling in his mind. When he went to see his fiancée later, he would know by looking at her luck points. However, as the princess of the Wushuang dynasty, she had not offended a lady of luck like him. Her luck points should be very high. Thinking of this, Gu Changa did not care. According to the power of the longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang dynasty in the Upper Realm, there should not be any problems with this engagement. In other words, he was going to see his future wife today. But if she was really a lady of luck, what kind of method would she use? In a majestic and ancient hall with divine light faintly visible, the current head of the Gu family, Gu Lintian, had a smile on his face as he conversed with the valiant man in the imperial robe. Emperors might swirled around the valiant man in the emperor's robe. His aura was boundless and boundless. Just by standing there, it was as if he was in a deep universe that was displaying many terrifying scenes. He was none other than the current sovereign of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the Moon Sovereign. However, this time it was only one of his Dharma bodies that came to the Gu clan. His real body had to stay in the immortal city and was unable to leave. The Moon Empress and Gu Lintian used to be good friends when they were young. That was why their descendants were engaged. And now, Yu Mingkong was even designated as the crown princess. Her authority was incomparably terrifying in the eyes of the entire Wushuang immortal dynasty. She wielded great power at such a young age, so much so that many of the older generation in the Upper Realm found it difficult to ignore her. News of the Empress' appearance spread everywhere, causing a great commotion. Not to mention that she was extremely talented and had already broken through to the titled Marquis realm at such a young age, at least on the surface. At this moment, in the main hall, many elders and young people were secretly sizing up the beautiful woman in front of them. Her immortal face was like a painting with a green spiral hairstyle, so beautiful that it shook people to the core. Her eyebrows were slender like willow leaves, and her pair of phoenix eyes were calm and deep. Her nose was delicate, and her lips were like blooming flower stamens. Her face was like a hibiscus, and there was a sense of elegance and nobility. Her skin was white and delicate like porcelain, and her figure was tall and slender. She wasn't wearing a loose emperor's robe, but a gray gauze dress. Her aura was otherworldly, and there was a sense of majesty that made people's hearts palpitate. This woman stood there. Although her expression was calm, there was a sense of majesty that made people of the same age unconsciously fear. Emperors might appeared for the first time. Many elders sighed in their hearts. A marriage alliance between such a woman and the Gu clan would probably cause many powers and orthodoxies to feel fear. The crown princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, the young master of the longevity Gu clan. No matter who it was, they would all be characters with terrifying power in the future, destined to stand at the peak of the upper realm. In that case, wouldn't it mean that the Wushuang immortal dynasty and the longevity Gu clan were walking together? To the outside world, this wasn't a good sign. Since ancient times, many supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects had often formed marriage alliances, but there had never been a marriage alliance between future successors like today. The commotion caused by this was too shocking. However, many powers couldn't say anything. After all, before this, when Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong were engaged, they hadn't been confirmed as successors. Moreover, this was something that they fought for themselves and not a scheme. At this time, they couldn't pressure the two powers to cancel the marriage alliance, right? They didn't dare, and they didn't have the ability. In the main hall, everyone had different thoughts about what kind of result this marriage would bring. Yu Mingkong, on the other hand, was slightly distracted. She looked very calm, but her heart wasn't. She had been to this familiar main hall many times. She could even call out the names of many of these familiar faces of the Gu clan. In her previous life, her biological father was strict with her, but she received a lot of love from Uncle Gu Lintian. Therefore, she liked to come to the Gu clan whenever she had nothing to do. Gu Changa's attitude towards her was very cold, but his parents treated her very well, as if she was their own daughter. Yu Mingkong was very moved by this. Unfortunately, they were also hurt by Gu Changa and didn't have a good ending. Gu Lintian unfortunately suffered from the backlash of his inner demon when he broke through his cultivation. His Tao fruit broke and his cultivation dissipated, but he managed to save his life. He felt that he didn't let anyone down in his life, but he let down his other family members and that little girl from back then. This inner demon had never dissipated. Instead, as his cultivation increased, it grew more and more intense. Even Mother Gu was the same. In the end, she fell ill from depression, and no medicine could cure her. Yu Mingkong felt bad and blamed herself when she thought of this. She couldn't stop this in her previous life, but she definitely could in this life. Gu Changa, this unfilial son, not only did he hurt her so deeply, but he also hurt his parents and family. Yu Mingkong quickly recovered from her memories. At this moment, a servant's voice came from outside the hall. "Young master has arrived." Yu Mingkong heard the voice, and a complicated look flashed across her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The person she didn't want to see the most, but also the person she wanted to see the most, had finally arrived. She slowly turned around. Her gaze was also dazed for a moment. The man who walked in from outside the hall was wearing a simple and clean white robe. He was handsome, elegant, and gentle like jade. Every strand of his hair was sparkling like black jade, and he had an immortal aura. "Father, uncle." Gu Changa first bowed to the two people in the hall, then looked at his fiancée. Although he had seen her many times in his memory, seeing her up close for the first time, he found that she was indeed shockingly beautiful. What was called a flawless immortal face. This face in front of him was exactly what it was. In any case, any words used to describe a woman's beauty wouldn't be a problem when used on her. And the most important thing was her temperament. That kind of high and mighty imperial aura was inadvertently revealed. This wasn't a bearing that an ordinary person could have. At the same time, he used the system to check Yu Mingkong's providence points. With one look, Gu Changa was a little stunned. "Changa, Mingkong, you're both young people, so you should have a good chat. Mingkong rarely comes to the Gu family, so you should take her around. My Gu family has so many beautiful and magnificent places, so you should take a good look around." At this moment, Gulintian said to Gu Changa, feeling that this was a good opportunity to get closer to the two of them. The Moon Empress also nodded and said, "Mingkong, I have something to discuss with your Uncle Gu, so you should take a walk with Nephew Changa. Weren't you very happy every time you came in the past? What's going on today?" Hearing this, Yu Mingkong also recovered from her daze and said, "That's right. Father, Mingkong understands." She still looked a little dazed. Why was it so different from what she had seen in her previous life? She remembered that when Gu Changa came in, he was dressed in black and had a cold and indifferent expression. He didn't even look at her. Although he still had that familiar face today, it was as if he was a completely different person. Yu Mingkong felt that she might have remembered something wrong. "Mingkong, let's go out and talk?" At this moment, Gu Changa also spoke. His voice was natural, but there was a trace of strangeness in his expression. Yu Mingkong nodded and followed him out of the hall. Her mind was in a mess. She felt that something was wrong. Why did he call her Mingkong? She hadn't heard him call her that more than a few times in her previous life. Moreover, this natural expression didn't seem to be deliberately faked. Yu Mingkong felt that things were a little out of her expectations. Since her rebirth, no matter what happened, she had always been in control and had never made a mistake. Relying on her foresight, she had taken every step flawlessly. But why was it that when she saw Gu Changa, she couldn't do it? Or was it that he was the same as her and had also been reborn? His current appearance was just to deceive her? Or was it because of her rebirth that something unexpected happened to him? Yu Mingkong didn't know what she was feeling now, but her feelings for Gu Changa hadn't changed. He was still him, whether it was his aura or that completely indifferent attitude. This didn't change. The only thing that changed was his indifferent attitude towards her just now. Soon, they didn't speak on the way. The two were like a perfect couple. Side by side, they arrived at a mountain peak. Here, immortal fog lingered. The scenery was beautiful and exceptionally magnificent. Yu Mingkong looked at Gu Changa beside her, not knowing what to say. In her previous life, The two of them rarely walked side by side like this. Even if they did, it was just for show in front of outsiders. Even if Gu Changa's attitude towards her had improved, it couldn't change the pain he had caused her in her previous life. Yu Mingkong told herself in her heart. Her expression quickly calmed down. Her face was calm and deep as she stared at the many divine islands and mountains below, as well as the many immortal birds and auspicious beasts. She didn't say anything. Obviously, she had a lot on her mind. I almost thought that you would come to break off the engagement. At this moment, Gu Changa spoke. He smiled casually and broke the silence between the two of them. Purple Providence Man. What did this represent among the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple? It was indescribable and noble. Moreover, the number of Providence points was as high as 8,000. As for the change behind, Gu Changa didn't look carefully. Such a huge number of Providence points was also the reason why Gu Changa was stunned just now. This was completely like an ATM machine. Upon hearing Gu Changa's words, Yu Mingkong was a little stunned. Then, her pupils constricted slightly. She had never considered such a thing because it was unrealistic. But why did Gu Changa say that? Was he hinting that he actually knew that she was reborn? Chapter 86. Yu Mingkong was not an ordinary person. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, and her expression quickly returned to normal. Her beautiful and flawless face did not reveal any abnormalities. Changa, why do you say that? Isn't it you who wants to break off the engagement with me? Anyway, you've always hated me. She tilted her head and looked at Gu Changa with an aggrieved expression. This was a playful and cute action, and it added a different kind of charm to her. After all, she was supposed to be the empress of the celestial dynasty with a cold and aloof emperor's aura that overlooked everything. Who would have thought that she would show such an expression? Gu Changa did not seem surprised. He smiled naturally and casually said, "Of course, this is just what I said casually. Mingkong, you don't have to take it seriously. I thought that you hated me even more." Yu Mingkong lowered her head, and her voice was somewhat gloomy. She was trying her best to maintain her previous appearance in front of Gu Changa. In the past, when she was by Gu Changa's side, she always did this to please him. However, she only received Gu Changa's cold disregard. However, in order to not let him see too many abnormalities, Yu Mingkong did not deliberately change anything. She still acted like the Gu Changa of the past. Humble, careful, loving him to the bottom of the dust at this moment, she already felt that Gu Changa was very likely to be like her, reborn from the future. Otherwise, he would not say this to test her. Therefore, Yu Mingkong was even more careful, because she knew how terrifying her future husband's methods were. Before she was sure, she must not let him find out that she was reborn. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In her previous life, he could kill her once. This time, he must have more methods. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong felt sad again, but she quickly restrained her emotions and calmed herself down. She felt that she had to be more careful in the future. After all, what she had done in the past 6 months was completely different from what she had done in her previous life. Gu Changa was a smart person, so it was very likely that he had already noticed the abnormality, which was why he asked him this question. Moreover, his current gentle appearance was very likely an act to confuse her. As for the purpose, it was definitely to test him. Otherwise, how could he explain why his behavior was so different from his previous life? Mingkong, I noticed that you seem to have changed a lot during this period of time. At this time, Yu Mingkong felt a chill in her heart. She saw Gu Changa looking at her with an unfathomable expression. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that he had really seen through something? His rebirth was his greatest secret, and he definitely couldn't reveal it. Changa, what are you talking about? How can I change? You, on the other hand, were never so gentle to me in the past. What's wrong with you lately? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong's phoenix eyes revealed just the right amount of doubt. She stared at Gu Changa, as if she wanted to see through him. This was the time to compete with their acting skills. She definitely couldn't let him see through her. Yu Mingkong was nervous. She realized that even though she was the unparalleled immortal dynasty's crown prince, with monstrous power and control over the life and death of countless people in front of Gu Changa, she still didn't have the confidence. No matter what it was suppressed by him. I did treat you in the past. I did go overboard, however. I won't treat you like this in the future. Hearing this, Gu Changa seemed to agree. He sighed slightly, and his face revealed some guilt and self-blame. Changa, are you speaking the truth? This scene made Yu Mingkong stunned. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes widened, and even her voice trembled slightly. Since he was reborn, could it be that he really felt guilty when he said this to her? She didn't believe that such words of guilt would come from the cold and heartless Gu Changa's mouth. This made her suddenly feel conflicted. If it was true, should she forgive him? No, she couldn't let him off so easily. In her previous life, he hurt her so deeply, and in the end, he even killed her. How could she be so weak and be disturbed by a few words from him? Gu Changa was simply her nemesis. No, everything was wrong. He was definitely testing her at this time. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong suddenly reacted and broke out in cold sweat. Gu Changa's methods and schemes were still as unfathomable as before. If she showed the slightest abnormality at this time, she would definitely be discovered by him. At this moment, Yu Mingkong raised her head. Her eyes filled with joy, revealing an incomparably moved expression. Changa, is what you said true? You won't be as cold to me as before? That's great. I knew that I would move you sooner or later. When have I ever lied to you? This is naturally true. Gu Changa's face carried a faint smile as he gently pulled Yu Mingkong into his embrace and stroked her hair. He felt her body stiffen. But he didn't care. The expression on his face was strange. Things seemed to be more or less as he had guessed. Soon, Yu Mingkong closed her eyes and leaned into Gu Changa's embrace. She didn't expect that the extremely extravagant wish of her previous life would come true so quickly in this life. Although she knew that this was most likely a deliberate act by Gu Changa, she still hoped that it would continue like this, and let time stop at this moment. Mingkong, don't you have anything to say to me? At this time, Gu Changa's voice sounded. Yu Mingkong was silent and shook her head. At this time, she couldn't show any abnormality. Gu Changa smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, he had more or less figured out Yu Mingkong's background, although she tried her best to hide it and wanted to pretend to be the same as before in front of him. But temperament and dignity couldn't be hidden at all. In addition, there were a few small flaws. For example, when he asked her why she was different from before, she was obviously shocked and flustered for a moment. Coincidentally, Gu Changa's primordial spirit was very strong and captured this scene very well. In the end, she was still too inexperienced, playing acting in front of him. But Gu Changa was still a little confused. His fiancée, who had been reborn from the future until now, why did she become his enemy? Why did she stand on the opposite side of him? Did he abandon her or betray her? Or what? Gu Changa was a little confused. He wasn't that crazy. And he didn't know what Yu Mingkong had experienced. And she definitely wouldn't say anything if he asked Yu Mingkong. After all, it involved her biggest secret. In addition, since she came back from the future, she must be very familiar with his methods. So she was already on guard against him and wouldn't trust him easily. Maybe she even knew that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts. But Gu Changa couldn't guess that the future Yu Mingkong experienced was his demonic nature controlling his body. So now, he wasn't sure how to deal with Yu Mingkong. He would just pretend that he didn't know that she was reborn and see if he could find out anything. Being reborn, this was too much of a cheat. Especially in a place like the Upper Realm, it was equivalent to having foresight. What could be hidden from her? In the unparalleled Celestial Dynasty, defeating a group of brothers and sisters and obtaining the position of Crown Prince was naturally easy. Changa, How much longer are you going to hug me? At this time, Yu Mingkong calmed down, and her voice seemed to be a little shy, but her heart was more angry. She felt that Gu Changa had been playing with her, wanting to see her ugly state, and she was sure that Gu Changa was definitely like her, reborn from the future. This kind of embrace that didn't come from his heart was not worth being nostalgic. Of course, you can hug me as long as you want. Gu Changa smiled. Since he knew her origin, he was naturally relieved. And he could see that Yu Mingkong didn't expect everything he did now, or else she wouldn't have such a shocked reaction. In other words, what she experienced in the future was different from what she experienced now. Yu Mingkong didn't expect Gu Changa to say that, and wanted to break free but let him be. Although he was her enemy, he was also her future husband. But she still had to pretend to be shy and happy and whispered, "Changa, why are you so good to me now?" She also wanted to know how long Gu Changa was going to pretend. "What do you mean by good to you? Is it so good to be gentle to you? Then how did I treat you in my past life? Hit and scold you?" With that in mind, Gu Changa was slightly stunned. But thinking that this was probably Yu Mingkong testing him, he couldn't help but smile. "You are my future wife. Isn't it normal for me to be good to you?" Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was suddenly stunned, her eyes reddening, and she felt sad. Future wife. Did he really think of her as his future wife in his past life? He just thought of her as a tool to be used, the kind that would be thrown away after using her. He even killed her on the wedding night. "Mingkong, what's wrong? You don't seem to be right." Gu Changa was slightly surprised. Why did her eyes turn red? Did this sentence poke at her sore spot? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This was a bit difficult. "I'm not feeling well. Sorry, Mingkong. Please excuse me," Yu Mingkong said, then suddenly broke free, turned into a rainbow, and left. At this time, she also knew that it was difficult to hide. Gu Changa must have known her secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such words to humiliate her. Later, he will definitely think of all ways to deal with her. Seeing Yu Mingkong quickly leave, Gu Changa didn't say anything. The smile on his face disappeared, and he was silent. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Triggered the daughter of luck, Yu Mingkong, the reborn empress. Love like dust, hate to the bone event. The system mission is as follows. Mission 1. Kill the daughter of luck. Reward: 5,000 luck points, 25,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. Mission 2. Subdue the daughter of luck. Reward: 5,000 luck points, 25,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. What's the difference? Gu Changa asked. According to the selected mission, different system help can be obtained, and the additional rewards will be different. The system replied, "Choose the second mission." Gu Changa didn't think for too long and directly said, choosing one was simply unrealistic. Ding! Master chose the second mission. Obtain the system's help. Yu Mingkong's future experience. The system prompt sounded. Gu Changa's vision blurred, and soon a scene appeared. This was a magnificent palace. The red candles flickered, and the moon was mottled. A woman sat quietly on a red bed, wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe, surrounded by pearls, shyly. Was this the wedding night? Gu Changa saw himself walking in, and he felt uneasy. He opened the red cover. "Husband!" The woman raised her head. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and then suddenly she was stunned and in disbelief. Poof! In an instant, the blood light blurred the scene. Chapter 87. The black blade plunged into Yu Mingkong's body. Poof! The bloody light blurred the scene in front of him. The red wedding dress was even more glaring. Gu Changa saw a large amount of blood rushing in front of him, dyeing his clothes red. He also saw Yu Mingkong's last moment of shock, confusion, disbelief, and sadness. At this moment, he was like an outsider. It was clearly his own body, but he couldn't control it, let alone prevent it from happening. Soon, this scene disappeared. Gu Changa was silent for a moment. Then he sighed softly. No wonder Yu Mingkong couldn't help but stop pretending when she heard those words. If it were him, he would also feel that those words were completely humiliating. She was killed by the person she loved most on her wedding night, and then she was reborn into the past. He was no stranger to this, but it was a little difficult to understand that it happened to his own fiancée. And this is what Yu Mingkong experienced before she was reborn. I killed her on her wedding night. But it's obvious that I wouldn't do such a crazy thing. With such a perfect wife who loves me so much, I'd be crazy to do that, right? And according to what Yu Mingkong experienced, I should have been dominated by the demonic nature at that time. In other words, I didn't awaken the system or the memories of my previous life in that timeline. Soon, Gu Changa understood. A cold wind blew from the mountain peak. Then he turned into a divine rainbow and left this place. Since the reason was found, there were many ways to solve the problem. Speaking of which, it's caused by the demonic nature again. It's already tricked me so many times, but it's not like there's no way. Anyway, I can also throw the blame to the demonic heart. But Yu Mingkong has already experienced it once. This time, it's obvious that she won't believe me so easily. There are many experiences in between that I don't know at all. Gu Changa was thinking of countermeasures as he returned to the main hall. Of course, it wasn't that there was no solution. After all, from Yu Mingkong's reaction, she really loved him before. However, that might not be the case now. And if a woman hated a man, it would be very crazy. Hating him to the bone was not just empty words. Yu Mingkong was a reincarnated person. With her foresight, she could gain the upper hand in every situation. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Not to mention that she definitely knew him very well. Gu Changa made a mental calculation. His biggest advantage now was the system and himself. Other than that, there were also the variables related to his own body. Because he was in charge of everything now, the demonic nature had long been dealt with. If Yu Mingkong still loved him, then many things would be easily solved. At that time, not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of system rewards, but he would also be able to obtain a reincarnated wife. It was also possible that Yu Mingkong was plotting to kill him. Yu Mingkong doesn't know that the current me is completely different from the me who killed her back then, so she will only suspect that what I am doing now is to deceive her. She's very vigilant. On the other hand, the reason why Yu Mingkong continued to pretend to be her original appearance and temperament in front of me, like today, is probably because she saw that my behavior is completely different from her previous experience. So she guessed that I was reborn like her. She was worried that I would see through her identity as a reincarnated person. However, at the last moment, because of what she said, she couldn't help but leave. Gu Changa quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. The most troublesome thing for him was that Yu Mingkong would not easily believe what he said anymore. No matter how he explained, saying that he was different from the person who killed her, that he did it because the demonic nature took over his body. Obviously, she would not believe him. Instead, she would think that Gu Changa was still trying to deceive her. In this way, things would go against his wishes. Therefore, Gu Changa felt that there was no need to explain. The best way was to pretend that he did not know her identity as a reincarnated person, just like before. As for what to do, he was very clear. He had already thought of a plan. In the main hall, Gu Lintien was discussing something with the Moon Empress. He had a hearty smile on his face, and it was obvious that they were having a good time. However, he saw Yu Mingkong come in with reddened eyes. She seemed to have cried. Gu Lintien immediately frowned. He looked angry and asked, "Mingkong, what's going on? Did Changa bully you again? Tell me what happened. I'll teach him a lesson for you." He knew that Gu Changa had always been cold and indifferent to Yu Mingkong. It was normal for him to bully Yu Mingkong. He and Gu Changa's mother were very satisfied with Yu Mingkong, their future daughter-in-law. Naturally, they could not bear to see their son bully her. Moreover, Gu Changa said that his demonic nature caused his personality to be like this in the past. However, it should not be the case now. So what was the reason? Mingkong, what's the matter? The Moon Empress also noticed that her daughter's expression was not right. She could not help but ask. During this period of time, he had seen Yu Mingkong's performance. He was very satisfied and gratified. Therefore, he was more concerned about Yu Mingkong than before. Yu Mingkong's expression had returned to normal. She smiled graciously and shook her head. Uncle and Imperial Father are overthinking. Chang'e did not bully me. It's just that I was thinking about some things in the past and felt a little sad. I'm sorry for losing my composure in front of Uncle. Chang'e is too much. Mingkong, don't keep protecting him. Otherwise, after we get married, he will always bully you. Gu Lintian heard this and sighed helplessly. He seemed to hate Gu Chang'e even more. Where could he find such a virtuous and generous daughter-in-law like Yu Mingkong? She was iron-willed and could even rule the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the future. She could be a peerless empress. The upper realms' heavenly favored women were as numerous as carps crossing the river. But who could be compared to her? In the end, not only did Gu Chang'e not cherish her, he even made her cry and bullied her. He deserved to be beaten. Although Gu Lintian usually spoiled Gu Chang'e, he could not help but feel angry at this time. After they get married? Yu Mingkong heard this and smiled. Then, she gently shook her head and did not say anything. She was afraid that after today, Gu Chang'e would no longer tolerate her in his eyes. He would definitely get rid of her. Gu Chang'e already knew her biggest secret. He would never allow someone who knew so many of his secrets to live in this world, even if she was his fiancée. Mingkong, so you're here. Are you feeling better now? At this time, Gu Chang'e's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. There seemed to be just the right amount of concern in his gentleness. Yu Mingkong's body stiffened slightly, as if she was facing a great enemy. But soon she was relieved. After all, she was in front of Gu Chang'e's father and her imperial father. Even if he wanted to kill her, he could not do it. Chang'e, what's the matter? Are you bullying Mingkong again? And making her cry? Immediately, Gu Lintian frowned and began to scold Gu Chang'e. It was as if he would teach him a lesson if he did not answer properly. Gu Chang'e heard this, and his expression was a little stunned. Then he could not help but laugh. Father, what are you talking about? Why would I bully Mingkong? She's my future wife. I can't wait to dote on her. Why would I bully her? As he spoke, he walked naturally to Yu Mingkong's side and held her hand. Her fingers were slender and white, as delicate as the most flawless immortal fat. From beginning to end, Yu Mingkong was in a somewhat stiff state. She could not understand Gu Chang'e's actions. Was he preparing to pretend to be very loving with her in front of the two of them so that he could deceive his father? But she realized that this was the first time in her 2 lives that Gu Chang'e had held her hand. Her head could not help but buzz. That's more like it. Seeing this, Gu Lintian snorted coldly and dropped the matter. Are you feeling better? You suddenly looked a little strange just now. Why did you look like you were crying? Gu Chang'e looked at the somewhat stiff Yu Mingkong, as if he could not sense her current state. His voice was as gentle as jade, and his face was handsome and elegant as he asked softly, I'm fine. Chang'e, you don't have to worry. Hearing Gu Chang'e's caring words, Yu Mingkong was a little stunned, but she still showed a decent and natural smile on her face. At least, she could not show any abnormalities in front of everyone. She wanted to see what Gu Chang'e was up to now. She would not be fooled again, but his current expression was really rare. In her previous life, he had always been cold and indifferent. When had he ever been so gentle like today? If this was his true appearance, how good would that be? She was a little self-deprecating, but more of it was indifference. With the arrival of the current emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the Gu clan naturally had to hold a big banquet for him. The banquet was filled with toasts, and both the host and guests were enjoying themselves. It was a lively scene of joy and harmony. Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong sat side by side. They looked like a match made in heaven, making many young people envious. At the same time, They cursed in their hearts that a bastard like Gu Changa was not worthy of Yu Mingkong. Of course, they still remembered Gu Changa's strength very clearly. Back then, all of them together could not beat him. Now, they naturally did not dare to say anything. At most, they could only curse in their hearts. Soon, the banquet was over, and everyone got up to leave. Yu Mingkong drank a lot of wine, and her face was slightly dizzy. At this moment, she also got up and was going to the palace that the Gu clan had arranged for her to rest. At this time, Gu Changa pulled her back. His expression was natural, and he had a smile on his face. Mingkong, where are you going? The moon seems to be good tonight. I think it's quite suitable for admiring. Yu Mingkong's body stiffened. Ha ha ha! Young people are full of vigor. The Moon Empress, Gulintian, and the others could not help but laugh when they saw this. Their expressions were ambiguous, and then they left. Gu Changa's action was a little presumptuous in their eyes. However, he had drunk wine and was a young man, so they could understand. At this moment, it was quiet here. Only Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong were left. The night is long. Mingkong, why are you in a hurry to leave? Why don't you have a few more drinks with me? Gu Changa's voice also became cold. Yu Mingkong's face was deep and cold. She did not have the dignified smile that she had been pretending before. At this moment, she was like an empress. She sneered. Gu Changa, now that everyone is gone, you finally don't have to pretend anymore. I don't know why you have changed like this. Or is it because you were too good at pretending before? I didn't realize that you had such means. Asking for fresh flowers, as if he did not understand what she was saying. Gu Changa still sat at the banquet and drank wine with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was suddenly struck dumb. She did not understand Gu Changa's meaning. Her change now. Did he mean what had happened in the past 6 months? It seemed that Gu Changa did not know about her rebirth. So his probing today was actually to see the changes in her? Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt relieved. It seemed that Gu Changa was not reborn with her as she thought. Otherwise, he would not reveal his true form and ask her such a question. However, at this moment, Yu Mingkong's expression suddenly changed a little. She felt a terrifying pressure from the void pressing down on her. Gu Changa attacked her. Buzz! She reacted quickly. Her hands formed a seal, and a bright light appeared all over her body. Runes gathered in her palms and turned into a terrifying moon seal, which bombarded forward. In the past 6 months, she had been looking for all kinds of opportunities. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the Marquis realm. She was even half a step away from the King realm. However, she found it hard to believe that Gu Changa's cultivation was actually higher than hers. However, she clearly remembered that in her previous life, Gu Changa was only in the Marquis realm. However, she remained calm. She knew that Gu Changa had many tricks up his sleeve. She had been on her guard and would not fall for his tricks. Peak of the Marquis realm. Mingkong, it seems that you are hiding a lot of things from your husband. This scene shocked Gu Changa for a moment. Then he raised his palm and terrifying golden patterns appeared. They turned into waves as vast as the mountains and seas and blocked Yu Mingkong's moon seal. At the same time, he clenched his fist and used his void talent. With a buzz, he controlled the void in front of him. 0-inch Gu Changa, what are you doing? Let go of me. In the next moment, Yu Mingkong suddenly exclaimed. She felt her body tighten and the void seemed to be frozen. Then she was caught in Gu Changa's arms. The gentleness on his face was long gone. It was replaced by the coldness that she was familiar with. Oh no! Yu Mingkong's heart skipped a beat. She did not expect Gu Changa to be able to affect the void. This was completely out of her expectations. Soon, her sea of consciousness shone brightly and a small, golden figure appeared. It was extremely dazzling and was about to kill Gu Changa. However, Gu Changa seemed to be prepared. His sea of consciousness also shone brightly. The pitch-black eyes of the gods were cold and indifferent. He was surrounded by devil chi and blocked the Dao sound secret technique. Yu Mingkong's expression turned solemn. Gu Changa's tricks were out of her expectations. She had never seen them in her previous life. This made her wonder if the Gu Changa in her previous life and the Gu Changa in front of her were the same person. Or did something unexpected happen? Mingkong, are you still not going to confess to your husband? Gu Changa asked thought-provokingly and did not continue to attack. Yu Mingkong frowned and was very puzzled. She did not know why Gu Changa suddenly stopped. In her opinion, Gu Changa would not give up until he achieved his goal. Could it be that his purpose today was to know the changes in her in the past 6 months? Yu Mingkong heaved a sigh of relief when she figured this out. She said frankly, "Since it's like this, I might as well be frank with you. Gu Changa, I used to act like I wanted to please you. Now I don't want to do that. A person like you has a heart of stone and will not be moved by others. Why should I make things difficult for myself?" These words were half true and half false. It just so happened that it could cover up the truth of her rebirth. Gu Changa could not help but praise her quick-wittedness, but his expression did not change in the slightest. "Oh, how do you know that I will not be moved by others?" he asked. Yu Mingkong struggled in his arms, but found that she could not break free, so she was too lazy to move. Hearing this, she did not want to talk to Gu Changa. In her previous life, she used her life to prove this result. Was there a need to say anything more? But thinking that Gu Changa did not follow her rebirth, Yu Mingkong was more or less relieved. The Gu Changa now was the Gu Changa that she understood. As expected, all the gentleness from before were just an act. He just wanted to trick her into telling the truth. Fortunately, her skills were better. She used this excuse to fool him and did not expose the secret of her rebirth. "It seems that your husband is like this in your heart. All these years, Mingkong, you hid it from me very well. This hurts me a little," Gu Changa said with a faint smile. "Gu Changa, don't you know what kind of personality you have?" Yu Mingkong snorted coldly. Anyway, she had already fallen out with Gu Changa, so she did not care. In the Gu family, Gu Changa would not dare to kill her. Hearing this, Gu Changa was not moved. He directly brought her to his palace. On the way, many clansmen saw them and could not help but smile ambiguously. "Gu Changa, what are you doing?" At this time, Yu Mingkong was a little stunned. Her mind suddenly buzzed. "The night is long. What do you think I can do?" Gu Changa casually replied. 1000. Chapter 88. Yu Mingkong's mind went blank. She had thought of all kinds of ways Gu Changa would deal with her, but she did not expect him to do this. Didn't he hate her so much in her previous life? He wouldn't even touch her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed her without doing anything on their wedding night. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's mind was in a mess. Her state of mind since her rebirth was in chaos. Originally, she still had many ways to break free from Gu Changa, but for some reason, she did not do anything. She just watched Gu Changa carry her to the bed in the depths of the hall. Yu Mingkong became nervous. In her 2 lives, she had never encountered such a situation. Why did Gu Changa do this? At this moment, she could not understand at all. Because according to her understanding of Gu Changa's temperament, he would not do this. Could it be that her rebirth caused many things to change subtly, including Gu Changa? Or could it be that in her previous life, she was disdainful and cold when she tried to please him, but he actually liked her current appearance? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind, making her even more confused. She could not understand Gu Changa's thoughts at all. "Mingkong, I feel that you have always misunderstood your husband." Gu Changa laughed and stared at Yu Mingkong's beautiful face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Gu Changa, you." At this moment, Yu Mingkong's feelings were extremely complicated. She did not want to care about it anymore. Anyway, she could not figure it out. She naturally hated Gu Changa to the core, but at the same time, she loved her like dust. The night was silent. The next day, When Gu Changa woke up, Yu Mingkong was no longer in the hall. He glanced at the bed that had been tidied up. Yu Mingkong had probably taken away all the bedding and blankets. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Daughter of Destiny. Yu Mingkong's killing intent has been shaken. Destiny points plus 500. Destiny points plus 2,500. Hearing the notification sound, there was a subtle expression on Gu Changa's face, and then he couldn't help but smile. Things were just as he had guessed. Yu Mingkong was definitely suspecting that the Yu Mingkong she met in her previous life was different from the current Yu Mingkong. For example, he was not that bad. For women, regardless of whether they were emotional or rational, they all had one thing in common. They would be suspicious. As for how she would guess, as long as she found some clues, she would be able to guess a lot of things. This was the same logic as imagining things. Yu Mingkong was no exception. The small problem has been solved for the time being, but it will take a long time to completely solve it, Gu Changa thought to himself and left the hall. Yu Mingkong had been hiding from him. Whether it was the breakfast banquet or before leaving, she did not show up. Gu Changa was not surprised by this. How long could she hide from him? As the saying goes, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. There was still a long way to go, so he was not in a hurry at all. On the other hand, Gu Changa was also preparing to return to the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace. Speaking of which, he had been away for more than half a year. As a true disciple of the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace with the longevity Gu clan behind him, no one dared to say anything. However, there were still some whispers in the dark. Moreover, compared to the Gu clan, the powers in the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace were more complicated. Almost every person in power had the shadow of another great power behind them. In the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace, one could see the microcosm of many great powers in the upper realm fighting. At the same time, the peerless immortal dynasty was on its way back to the immortal capital. Yu Mingkong sat cross-legged in a black golden carriage, pulled by 9 divine birds that looked like phoenixes. Her expression was a little absent-minded, as if she had something on her mind. The maidservant, who was in charge of serving her, was trembling in fear and did not dare to speak. When she saw Yu Mingkong this morning, she was in a very strange state. She seemed to be gnashing her teeth, but also seemed to be worried. She was completely different from the cold, dignified, powerful, and lofty princess that she usually saw. This made the maidservant even more fearful, afraid that she would accidentally anger her with one sentence. Some time ago, in order to obtain the position of crown prince, Yu Mingkong was extremely ruthless. A large number of people around her were executed, and she did not ask for the reason. She only said that they could not be trusted. This made the maidservant extremely fearful, afraid that she would meet the same end one day. Yu Mingkong had never been like this before. At this time, Yu Mingkong seemed to be a little tired from thinking. She rubbed her eyebrows and asked with a dignified voice, Huan, what kind of person do you think young Master Changa is? Hearing this, the maidservant named Huan was instantly frightened. Crown Prince, this is not something I dare to say, she said with a trembling voice. She probably did not want to live anymore, talking about her future husband behind his back in front of Yu Mingkong. It's fine, I'll let you say it. Yu Mingkong looked at her coldly. Hearing this, Huan gritted her teeth and said, In my opinion, young Master Changa is very talented and will be in charge of the Chongqing family in the future. He is very compatible with you, Crown Prince. They are a pair of immortal companions. Although the rumors about young Master Changa are that he is cold, heartless, and difficult to deal with, yesterday I saw that young Master Changa has a gentle temperament. No matter who he is gentle to, he makes people feel like they are bathed in the spring breeze. The rumors may be wrong. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong waved her hand and interrupted her. She did not say anything, but her expression was much colder and deeper. Gentle temperament, that was just the appearance that Gu Changa put on in front of everyone. As for gentleness, she did not notice it at all last night. Thinking of this, Yuminkong could not help but tighten her grip on the bedding in her hands. There was a very glaring drop of plum blossoms on it. Guchanga, I realized that even though I have lived 2 lives, I can't see through you at all. Yuminkong's expression was very complicated. This trip to the Gu family had happened too many unexpected things. She had thought that she could play Guchanga in the palm of her hand as she had expected. However, she realized that in the end, she was still played in the palm of his hand. The advantage of her rebirth did not give her any advantage in front of Guchanga. But what can I do? I won't be satisfied just like this. Guchanga, I will pay you back for all the harm you have done to me, the upper realm, the outer realm, the forsaken immortal land. This was a vast and majestic primitive mountain range. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines intertwined. Any random tree stood there like a small mountain. The sky was shrouded in gloomy clouds, making this place look even more ancient and desolate. Many terrifying, ferocious beasts passed through here, making rumbling sounds as if they were splitting the sky and earth. Yan-ji had already arrived at the depths at this moment. She was standing on a towering tree, looking at a mysterious little village in the distance. The sky there was covered by a layer of chaotic fog. When the ferocious beasts passed by outside, they were extremely cautious. They did not even slow down their footsteps. When they looked at the little village, their expressions were incomparably fearful and respectful. How did Master know that there was such a mysterious little village in the depths of the forsaken immortal land? And that mysterious peach tree outside, why does it look so similar to the rumored tree? Didn't it disappear many eras ago? Yan-ji's expression was solemn. She was very careful to conceal her aura. Although she was already a great sage, she still felt a sense of trepidation at this moment. She could not help but be careful. No matter how she looked at it, that peach village was filled with a mysterious aura. Most importantly, before she left, Guchanga had told her to immediately use the region-breaking talisman to leave without hesitation if there was anything wrong. Buzz! Suddenly, Yan-ji's expression changed. She heard the sound of something breaking through the air. The next moment, it was still in the sky, but in an instant it was in front of her. It was a peach blossom petal. It was overflowing with light and vibrant colors, but at this moment, it was like a supreme immortal sword. Terrifying sword chi fell from it, and it could cut through the galaxy. It slashed toward her. Boom! The void was suddenly split open, revealing a terrifying, pitch-black crack. This kind of energy was extremely terrifying. It was already beyond the level that she could resist. Yan-ji's face was slightly pale, but she did not hesitate at all. An item appeared in her hand. It was the region-breaking talisman, full of mysterious runes. Buzz! She activated the region-breaking talisman. The space in front of her became blurry. Then, a space passage opened, and Yan-ji hurriedly escaped into it. Her reaction was already very fast. However, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the sword light fell, the space behind her collapsed quickly and broke apart. Because of this, she was also seriously injured. Fortunately, taking advantage of this, Yan-ji's figure quickly went far away and disappeared from this space. Hundreds of millions of miles away, in another space, Yan-ji's figure appeared again. She felt that she had avoided the aftermath behind her, but she still had lingering fears and broke out in cold sweat. It's all thanks to the region-breaking talisman that young Master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died here today. This forsaken immortal land is really mysterious. It seems that young Master wants to pay attention to this peach village. I have to go back and report to young Master. Thinking of this, Yan-ji's figure quickly disappeared in the direction of the inner area. The upper realm was vast and boundless. For a great sage like her, who knew how many years it would take to cross the outer area. During this time, she could only rely on teleportation portals or space array patterns. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators would never be able to leave the area they were in. Meanwhile, on the other side, Outside the peach village, the lush peach tree swayed gently. The peach blossoms were bright and beautiful. Each petal seemed to be carved from the best immortal jade. They shone brightly and were incomparably beautiful. She actually escaped. It seems that I was careless. I didn't expect to have a region-breaking talisman. I don't have the Gu family's aura on her. She shouldn't be here for Cien Air. Who could it be? It seems that the peace of the Peach Village for so many years is finally going to be broken. A pleasant voice sounded from the peach tree. Then it quickly fell silent. Chapter 89. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Ever since Yen Ji returned to the Gu family, Gu Chang'e had more or less learned about Gu Cien Er. It seemed to be the same as what he had guessed. After all, as a transmigrator, he was more familiar with the bone digging, the mysterious peach village, and the mysterious and ancient peach tree than anyone else. Now, Gu Cien Er definitely had that mysterious powerhouse behind her. Besides that, according to Yen Ji, the mysterious peach village was shrouded in a chaotic fog, and there were many strange auras hidden within. This meant that the peach village was not as simple as the peach tree. It was very likely that there were other powerhouses. After thinking about this, Gu Chang'e had some ideas. The forsaken land of immortals, if translated in the upper realm, was actually a desolate place. A mysterious village in a desolate place. Gu Cien might have a few powerful masters with missing limbs. What else could he say about this overlapping template? Of course, Gu Chang'e was not worried. After all, Gu Cien was just a little girl. He had many ways to deal with her. After that, after Gu Chang'e found out where Gu Cien had gone, he began to move, preparing to return to the palace of the heavenly immortals. He was now the young master of the Gu family, and his father was at his peak. There was nothing for him to do in the Gu family. Therefore, he should go to the palace of the heavenly immortals to plan other things. The upper realm, inner area, boundless heaven. As the most prosperous area of the upper realm closest to the central area, there were countless mystic realms and opportunities, giving birth to countless peerless talents and world-shaking figures. Moreover, this was the most prosperous area for all clans and orthodoxies since ancient times. The primordial immortal tribe, the imperishable sect, supreme orthodoxies, all of them could be seen here. The 21 Palace of the Heavenly Immortals was a powerful force in the boundless heaven. Its origins were extremely mysterious, and it stood tall in the river of time. Some cultivators said that the Palace of the Heavenly Immortals contained the immortals' carvings and scriptures, as well as the path to immortality. All of these could be said to be innumerable. As a result, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace became a place that all the disciples of the various sects wanted to join. The structure of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was extremely complicated. Almost all of the major orthodoxies in the upper realm had its shadow behind them. This was because the disciples of the Tao of Heavenly Immortals Palace were spread across all major orthodoxies. At this moment, in front of the grand mountain gate of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, cultivators came and went, making it extremely lively. The creatures of all clans could be seen. They had wings on their backs, horns on their heads, silver blood scarlet eyes. There were quite a few with powerful auras. Many of them were also used as pure-blooded mounts by the disciples of the various orthodoxies. They were on their way back to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Below them, there was also a huge market. It was very noisy. Does anyone want the 10 beauties painting of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace? The 10 most stunning women. Young heroes, aren't you looking forward to it? Each of them is a peerless immortal puppet waiting to meet you. A heaven-defying, precious technique lost by the ancient immortal race. Its power reaches the heavens, and it is unique in this world. It is unrivaled. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The precious technique left behind by the Sun Divine Sparrow. The highest bidder will get it. Although it is incomplete, it can reach the peak of the Path of Fire. You can understand the true essence of the Path of Fire and step on your own path. Quasi-sacred medicine. an ancient medicine more than 80,000 years old. It has already emitted sacred light and is about to become a sacred medicine. Those who are interested can come and compete for it. It is a rare treasure. Don't miss it. Take a look, take a look. A slender girl in green with a big red bird perched on her shoulder was looking at these things with a slight frown. It was Gu Xian. She had come all the way from the outer realm. After many twists and turns and passing through many teleportation portals, she finally arrived at the inner realm. Here, she finally witnessed what it meant to be prosperous and flourishing, where thousands of races stood in great numbers. She also saw what it meant to be vast. Along the way, she met many self-proclaimed geniuses, but they were all defeated by her. They could not even force her to use her full strength. Are these things real or fake? There shouldn't be anyone who dares to sell fake things in the palace of heavenly immortals, right? Gu Xian listened to so many hawkers. She felt like she was missing out on countless opportunities everywhere she went. This made her, who was a bit of a money grubber, very conflicted. The big red bird on her shoulder almost rolled its eyes when it heard her nagging. It usually looked quite smart, but in front of these so-called natural treasures, it was like a fool. Gu Xian passed through this market. Her brows were knitted together. Among them, all kinds of treasures were being exchanged. Hawkers and hawkers never stopped. These voices made her dizzy. She really wanted to buy them, but she was poor. What else did she have? She was extremely poor. The masters in Peach Village gave her many good things, but even if they did not give her money, along the way, she did not know how many young geniuses she had swindled to gather enough money for her travel expenses. So when she saw all this, she was especially envious and looked on eagerly. Other geniuses had a large group of attendants and servants following them, but she was just an old servant, and she did not have much money. Thinking of this, Gu Xian gritted her teeth. She remembered that good brother of hers again. She had even more reasons to hate him. Near the market was an extremely ancient city called the Ancient Dao Celestial City. Although it was called an ancient city, it was actually connected by a cluster of small cities. However, the city walls were not built. They were piled up together. After many small cities were connected, they surpassed the size of a large city. The area they occupied was frighteningly vast. Of course, these places had no city walls at all. Cultivators could pass through as they pleased. It was a bustling market. Because it was adjacent to an imperishable sect, there was no need to build defensive walls. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? Unless there was something wrong with their brains or they really wanted to die. Miss, let's go to the Immortal Palace and find that great elder first. Beside Gu Xian, her old servant suddenly said. Seeing his miss' envious look, he also felt heartache. He blamed himself for not being capable enough to accumulate much wealth. Otherwise, his miss would not be like this. Yes, Uncle Fu, let's go find the great elder first. Gu Xian also noticed her old servant's expression. She hurriedly said, restraining her current appearance. The old servant had taken care of her for so many years. He was like family to her. She could not consider his feelings. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many cultivators and creatures changed expressions and hurriedly moved aside. Several arrogant-looking men swaggered over. Behind them, there was a handsome man with an indifferent expression and a folding fan in his hand, slowly walking over. The handsome man was dressed in a long golden robe. There were several horns on his head. They were golden, as if they were carved from immortal gold. There was a charm of the great Tao flowing around him. He looked at Gu Xian. There was a flash of amazement in his eyes. Divine bones, immortal appearance, natural beauty, pure and refined. Although she is still a little young, I can already see that she will charm the world in the future. There is actually such a young girl in this world. The man in the long golden robe had a burning gaze. He had noticed Gu Xian Er's extraordinariness in the crowd just now. That was why he walked over to take a closer look. He didn't expect to be stunned by what he saw. He cultivated an eye technique that allowed him to see many things that others couldn't. For example, talent, qualifications, opportunities, and so on. Just now, when he looked at Gu Xian with his eye technique, he found that this young girl in green was simply incredible. No matter whether it was talent or qualifications, they were all unmatched. And he had been paying attention for a while. He found that this young girl's clothes and the old servant were very simple and plain. She did not spend money on some of the stalls that were obviously tempting. Therefore, he concluded that this young girl's identity and background were not very strong. It was very likely that she was not even a cultivator from the inner area. She looked like she had come all the way here covered in dust. At that moment, the man in the long golden robe had an idea. He smiled at Gu Xian and said, "I am Jinyu. How may I address you? I just saw that you seemed to be interested in some things. It just so happens that—" Hearing this, Gu Xian, Oi's surprised expression suddenly turned cold. She directly interrupted him and said, "No need. I don't like it. I don't need this young master to trouble himself." She had thought that there was something wrong. Wasn't this the same as those people who were lusting after her body? They were unaccountably solicitous because they were lusting after her body. This was what her third master had always told her. Hearing this, the man in the long golden robe's expression froze. He was a little embarrassed, but more than that, he was angry and sullen. He was speaking nicely, but this young girl actually dared to be ungrateful? "Young girl, do you know who I am?" Jean Yu was too lazy to pretend. He tore off his mask and asked with a frivolous and passionate expression. When the nearby cultivators saw this man in the long golden robe, they were a little afraid. Cultivators who could come to the palace of heavenly immortals were all somewhat talented and had extraordinary backgrounds. Ordinary cultivators could not come to this place. Everyone had a background. So why should they be afraid of each other? Moreover, at the foot of the palace of heavenly immortals, there were law enforcement teams watching at all times. No one dared to cause trouble. But this man named Jean Yu was different, because his brother was a true disciple of the palace of heavenly immortals, and he had a powerful elder backing him. In addition, the clan behind Jean Yu was quite powerful. It was the primordial Golden Horn clan. Many people knew him and did not dare to provoke him. "I don't care who you are. If you don't have anything to say, don't block my way." Gu Xian frowned, displeasure written all over her face. She was not afraid of this man in the golden robe. She just did not want to cause trouble, especially at the foot of the palace of heavenly immortals. On the way here, she had warned herself that she must keep a low profile and not be noticed by Gu Changa. "Haha, you really don't want to do this the hard way. You're so young and have never suffered before. You know what you can and can't provoke." Jean Yu's expression had completely turned cold. He waved his hand and was about to order the servant behind him to capture this insensible young girl. Gu Xian was not afraid at all. Her expression became colder and colder. A terrifying golden rune condensed in her palm. Suddenly, roar! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the world. In the distance, 9 azure dragons were so huge that they covered the sky and the sun. They traversed the heavens and were as continuous as mountain ridges. In an instant they arrived. Behind the 9 dragons was a carriage made of white jade, speeding over from the void. The one driving the carriage was a black-robed old man. He gave off an air of ease and ease. The word "gu" on the carriage caused the expressions of many cultivators in front of the palace of heavenly immortals to change. Their voices could not help but tremble. "That young lord is back?" Chapter 90. Roar! Because of the sudden appearance of the 9 azure dragons in the sky, the originally quiet mountain gate was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but become excited when they saw this scene. They couldn't be more familiar with the ancient Gu character, especially the way the 9 dragons were pulling the carriage. It was obvious that this was the true disciple of the Tao Heavenly Palace, who was also the young master of the Gu clan, Gu Changa. He had returned. There were many rumors about Gu Changa in the Tao Heavenly Palace, such as the appearance of a true immortal, young deity, beloved of the great Tao. There were too many. His future achievements were unimaginable, and no one knew how far he could go. Many elders of the Tao Heavenly Palace thought highly of him, feeling that he was the most suitable candidate to compete for the position of the Tao Heavenly Palace's successor. Of the 5 true disciples of the Tao Heavenly Palace, the other true disciples were all extremely wary of him. Many cultivators had heard of this before. Moreover, when he was young, Gu Changa's name had already shaken a region. He displayed great talents and was known as a young supreme. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. On the contrary, many of his defeated opponents were extremely famous geniuses of various orthodoxies. Now, they were extremely eye-catching in the upper realm, and people would pay attention to them wherever they went. Moreover, Gu Changa's identity was the young master of an everlasting family. This alone made him comparable to the successor of the Tao Heavenly Palace. This was because the Tao Heavenly Palace was very special in the upper realm. Even the various immortal dynasties and eternal forces wanted to get a share of it, so they would send their successors here. Although this was not rare, it was enough to attract the attention of various parties. A while ago, Gu Changa suddenly left the Tao Heavenly Palace, disappearing for half a year. This shocked many cultivators, and they all guessed where he had gone. For an ordinary person, the whereabouts of any young supreme being would be extremely eye-catching, drawing the attention of all sides. Immediately, a commotion broke out in front of the mountain gate. Many cultivators were discussing and paying attention to the 9 azure heads in the sky. Gu Changa, after disappearing for half a year, he actually returned. Where did he go? The golden-robed man named Jin Yu was also attracted. He frowned, not interested in Gu Changa, because his brother had always been wary of Gu Changa. He naturally didn't have a good impression of Gu Changa. However, he didn't notice the extremely cold expression on Gu Xian's face, and even suppressed hatred. A terrifying aura spread from her body, and runes began to flow in her eyes. Miss, the old servant beside Gu Xian, tugged at her worriedly, worried that she would be too impulsive. Without a doubt, Gu Xian also knew that the person who had entered the palace of heavenly immortals in such a high-profile manner was the elder brother she hated the most. That bone of hers was inside his body. Their bones and blood and bone. Blood and bone. How could she not feel it? She saw Gu Changa again. It was as if she could once again feel the pain of having her bone of doubt dug out by him. Young miss, you still haven't found that elder. You mustn't attract his attention. The Tao Heaven Immortal Palace is his territory, advised the old servant. Gu Xian also understood this. She nodded and forced herself to calm down. She would find him sooner or later to seek justice. Men, take this reckless little girl down for me. At this time, Jin Yu's expression turned cold. He turned to Gu Xian and waved his hand. The servants behind him rushed up one after another. Their bodies were sturdy, and all of them had horns and scales. Gu Xian's face turned cold. She didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble just had to find her. Moreover, there were many cultivators who wanted to take advantage of her. Roar! At this time, a dragon's roar came from the sky again. All the cultivators were shocked again. Not only did they return, but they are also heading towards us. They couldn't help but cry out in surprise. They saw the 9 azure dragons that were heading towards the Tao Heaven Palace appear again, and judging by their direction, they were coming towards them. Oh no, he must have sensed me too. Gu Xian's expression changed slightly. She immediately figured it out. Otherwise, how could she explain why Gu Changa came back and came to the market where she was? Gu Changa? What is he doing here? Jin Yu's expression turned ugly after being disturbed time and time again. He didn't know why Gu Changa came here. Could it be because of him? After all, he was the only one who knew Gu Changa. Because of his brother, he had seen Gu Changa many times. At this time, his expression became gloomy and uncertain. "Miss, let's go quickly." At this time, the old servant's face turned pale. He hurriedly advised. At this time, Gu Ching calmed down. She shook her head and said, "We can't leave. We'll have to face him sooner or later. Why don't we do it now?" She didn't expect to see Gu Changa so soon, but now she didn't care. The cultivators around the market were attracted. Just now, there was only a small group of people watching the show, but now almost everyone looked over curiously. Gu Zhenchuan appeared? This is strange. Could it be because of Jinyu? I heard that his brother was hurt by Gu Zhenchuan before. He was injured. The cultivators in the vicinity were discussing spiritedly. Soon, the 9 dragons pulled the carriage to the ground. A gentle and pleasant male voice sounded from the white jade chariot. "Long time no see. Looks like you've been doing well." "Gu Zhenchuan, what are you saying? Even if I've been doing well, how can I compare to you?" Jean, you didn't expect Gu Changa to say this. He was slightly stunned, but since Gu Changa greeted him with a good attitude, he couldn't help but smile and reply with some goodwill. "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown so tall and beautiful." The voice continued to come from the white jade carriage. Gu Changa's eyes were strange as he walked out. He was talking to himself and didn't pay attention to Jin Yu, who was talking to him. Hearing this, Jin Yu's expression froze. Then he was very embarrassed. His face was sullen and ugly. The nearby cultivators were also shocked and stunned. These words were clearly not directed at Jin Yu. Could it be that girl in green? Gu Xian naturally knew that Gu Changa's words were directed at her, but her pretty face was cold. She didn't say a word, and her eyes were incomparably cold. "Gu Changa, what do you mean?" Jin Yu saw that Gu Changa completely ignored him and made him lose face. He couldn't help but shout, trying to maintain his image. After all, it was really embarrassing just now. Gu Changa didn't talk to him at all, but he still stuck close to him and said that. His face was burning. "Who do you think you are? I'm talking to my sister. Who are you to interrupt?" At this time, Gu Changa glanced at him. His expression was cold and indifferent. "You." Jin Yu's expression froze. His face was gloomy and ugly. He was so angry that his body trembled. Gu Changa didn't pay attention to this person. He turned to look at Gu Xianer. He also didn't expect to sense Gu Xian Ari's presence when he just arrived at the foot of the heavenly palace. So he asked Elder Ming to drive the carriage back. No matter what, it was fine to say hello first and annoy her. Her cultivation was much lower than his now. She definitely couldn't beat him. Although she had the support of a supreme master, as long as it didn't threaten her life, those supreme masters probably wouldn't care. So now, wouldn't it be easy for him to bully her? Revenge? As long as his cultivation was stronger than hers, she wouldn't have a chance. As for how to deal with the grudge of digging out the bones, Gu Changa already had a plan. If he couldn't solve the problem, he could just throw the blame to Mo Xan. However, he used the system to measure Gu Xian Er's providence points. Gu Changa couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. Compared to Ming Kong, it was not the slightest bit worse. In fact, it was even more. Close to 10,000 providence points. He couldn't help but admit that compared to them, the children of Providence in the lower realm were really nothing. "Haha, Gu Changa, my good brother, I can't believe you said that. If you still see me as your sister, would you do what you did back then?" Gu Xian didn't expect Gu Changa to have such an attitude. However, this kind of understatement made her even more uncomfortable than his indifference and disdain. She clenched her jade-like hands and stared coldly at Gu Changa. That face that she hated had a handsome and elegant smile. Those who didn't know would think that he was a good person. At this moment, she really wanted to punch him and smash his head. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were also shocked. Their eyes widened. They didn't expect this girl in green to have such a strong background. She was Gu Changa's sister. However, there seemed to be some conflict between the two of them. What happened back then? What happened back then? Jin Yu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this girl in green, whom he thought had no background, to be from the Gu family. However, he basically knew all the younger generation of the Gu family. Where did this girl in green come from? Gu Xian didn't say anything. She just stared coldly at Gu Changa. After all, this was a scandal of the Gu family. All these years, the elders of the family had taken good care of her bloodline. She didn't want to embarrass the Gu family over this kind of thing. It's not easy to meet you. I didn't expect you to have such an attitude. It really hurts me as an older brother. Gu Changa smiled lightly. He didn't seem to be repentant at all. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know how to repent. What happened back then wasn't something that could be resolved with just an apology. Otherwise, Gu Xian would think that he was hypocritical and that his motives were impure. Gu Changa didn't need to do that. Then what kind of attitude should I have? I really want to smash your face into pieces right now. Gu Xian said coldly. She felt that Gu Changa only came here to let her know that he knew her every move. He just came here to hang around in front of her so that she couldn't vent her anger. Fine. If you can smash my face into pieces, then you can try. Gu Changa chuckled. He didn't seem to want to say more. Then he looked at Jin Yu, whose expression changed slightly. His expression turned cold. Who do you think you are? I can bully my sister. If you dare to touch her, then you can go to hell. With that, he raised his palm and slammed it down. Runes intertwined and a golden palm print quickly condensed in the void. It turned into the hand of a god. It was incomparably huge and slammed down. Gu Changa Yu. Jin Yu's expression changed. He couldn't believe it. His face turned pale. How dare Gu Changa kill him in front of the palace of heavenly immortals? The servants behind him were terrified and in despair. Although they were in the void god realm, they couldn't think of resisting at this moment. Gu Changa's palm was like the hand of a god. It covered the sky and completely enveloped them. Poof! There was an explosion of blood. Jin Yu's servants instantly exploded. He spat out blood and his body collapsed. His primordial spirit wrapped around a protective item and quickly escaped. Suddenly there was a dead silence. All the cultivators felt their scalps go numb and their bodies turn cold. Some swallowed their saliva secretly. Their spirits were trembling. They felt that something big was about to happen. Gu Changa, don't think that I will thank you for this. Gu Xian, who was stunned for a moment, reacted. She couldn't help but say coldly. She didn't need Gu Changa's help. She could handle it herself. Before, she was just afraid of causing trouble and being noticed by Gu Changa. Now that Gu Changa had noticed her, she didn't have to care. No, I don't need you to thank me. Gu Changa shook his head. I just want you to know that I can bully you, but others can't bully you. Chapter 91. Near the market, there was dead silence. All the cultivators saw this scene and felt a chill down their spines. Needless to say, this was definitely a big deal. As the younger brother of another direct disciple, Jin Yu was used to being arrogant and overbearing. Who dared to provoke him? But today his body was smashed by Gu Changa, and he could only escape with his primordial spirit. Gu Changa had just returned to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, and he had already caused such a huge commotion. Jin Yu's brother, Jin Zhou, would definitely not let this go. The relationship between him and Gu Changa had been very bad before. What would happen after today's incident? And just now, someone had noticed Gu Changa's cultivation level, and his eyes widened in shock. Killing an Ahility god realm martial artist with one palm. And if the aura just now isn't wrong, true disciple Gu should have broken through to the titled Emperor realm, right? Hiss! How old is he? Such a fast cultivation speed. If I remember correctly, there hasn't been any news of a young supreme being breaking through to the Emperor realm recently? The cultivators at the side were shocked again. In other words, direct disciple Gu is the only supreme being who has broken through to the emperor realm? Of course, the other supreme beings could have broken through, but there was no such news. However, no matter how one looked at it, Gu Chang'e was enough to shock the world. Today's news would definitely cause a huge commotion. Boom! At this time, streaks of light streaked across the sky, turning into divine rainbows, accompanied by powerful auras. The Tao Heaven Immortal Palace's law enforcement team appeared. There were 7 to 8 of them, but they only dared to stand nearby and did not dare to come closer. They already knew what happened here, and it was precisely because of this that they revealed troubled expressions and were also very conflicted. If they did not go forward and ask, it would damage the law enforcement team's dignity and impartiality. But they could not afford to provoke Gu Chang'e. On the other hand, Jin Yu was the younger brother of another direct disciple. It was also difficult to explain. It was too difficult for them. At this time, Gu Xian'er was stunned for a while before regaining his senses. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to say such shameless words in such a casual tone, especially the nonchalant expression on his face. It was as if it was an easy thing to do. What did he mean by only he could bully her? Others can't bully me? What did that mean? Was he treating him like a toy to be bullied? She was so angry that she almost fainted. Her face was red and her body was trembling. She couldn't help but curse. Gu Chang'e, you're shameless. Shameless? Isn't it natural for me to protect my sister? Gu Chang'e still had that indifferent expression. He glanced at the direction where Jin Yu's primordial spirit had escaped and did not take it to heart. Gu Xian'er said coldly, I don't need your protection. What are you trying to do? She did not believe that Gu Chang'e would treat her well for no reason. He was definitely up to something. It was just that she couldn't figure it out now. Attempt. Gu Chang'e chuckled and said nonchalantly, What do you think I can do to you? Maybe it's because I feel guilty towards you and want to make it up to you? Of course, it could also be because I want to see you hate me but can't do anything to me. Saying this, he revealed a playful expression. Feel guilty? A person like you would never feel that way. Just wait and see. Even if you don't kill me now, I will repay you for all the pain I've suffered all these years. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was so angry that she was about to explode. She could only suppress it and say coldly, she did not have any good feelings towards Gu Chang'e. All these years, the scene of that time would appear in her mind every day. How could Gu Chang'e understand this pain? If an apology could solve the problem, where did all the hatred in the world come from? Even if Gu Chang'e apologized to her, she would not accept it. What was the use of such perfunctory words? I want to kill you right now. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared and he sneered. Of course, these words were just to scare her, not to mention whether or not he could do it. Even if he could, it was very unrealistic. Following this, he ignored Gu Xian'er and returned to the carriage. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er could not help but pale. She did not doubt Gu Chang'e's killing intent. After all, she wanted to kill him too. But why didn't Gu Chang'e do it? He was completely unrestrained in front of the Tao Heavenly Palace, and even dared to attack the disciples of the sect. It was impossible for him to show mercy to her. Or were these words just to scare her? Gu Chang'e, if you don't kill me now, you'll regret it sooner or later. Following this, Gu Xian'er coldly said to Gu Chang'e. She clenched her jade-like hands, and the talisman inscriptions gradually disappeared. Her aura quickly stabilized. After all, she still wanted to join the Tao Heavenly Palace. If it weren't for many reasons, she really did not want to meet Gu Chang'e. Just now, the power that Gu Chang'e casually raised his hand made her feel suffocated. Even the Nihility Realm cultivators were killed by him. She did not know how much his strength had improved over the years. He could no longer be described as unfathomable. Miss, are you okay? The old servant beside her asked with concern. Uncle Fu, I'm fine. I'm just very angry. Gu Changa did not kill me, but he just had to make me angry. Gu Xian gritted her teeth. Whenever Gu Changa was mentioned, she could not help but become angry and full of murderous intent. Uncle Fu could not help but laugh bitterly. Miss, it's good that you're still alive. Don't forget that he's been looking for you all these years. He wants to kill you. But today is strange. He didn't do anything. Could it be because of the clan? Hearing this, Gu Xianer shook her head. Even if he did, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Don't forget that I have many treasures given to me by my masters. I'm just confused. Gu Changa's behavior has changed a lot compared to before. However, his viciousness has not changed. When he killed just now, his eyes did not change at all. He stepped on them like they were ants. Uncle Fu sighed. Miss, you have to be careful when you cultivate in the Dao Heavenly Palace. Gu Changa is a core disciple. It's too easy for him to deal with you. What happened in front of the Dao Heavenly Palace quickly caused a huge commotion. As if it had grown wings, the news quickly spread to all places. Gu Jinchuan, who had disappeared for half a year, had returned. Countless cultivators were shocked and could not believe it. At the foot of the mountain gate, he destroyed Jin Zhou's younger brother's body with one palm. The cause of this was a girl in green who seemed to be from the Gu clan. The girl in green seemed to be Gu Jinchuan's younger sister. However, for some reason, there seemed to be a conflict between the two. Jin Zhou's younger brother went to bully the girl in green and was coincidentally encountered by Gu Jinchuan, who was returning to the mountain gate. He was directly smashed into a bloody mist with one palm. This incident caused a huge commotion everywhere and even spread to all places. At that time, the strength that Gu Changa displayed attracted the attention of many people and was recorded by the shadow recording stone. This was the most important thing to many people. The battle of the era was full of brilliant stars and countless geniuses. Many planes and worlds were full of luck, and there were many talented people. Among the younger generation, everyone wanted to be in the limelight and be famous in the upper realm, killing a void god with one palm. Such a battle record was enough to show how terrifying Gu Changa was now. One could see a spot on the leopard through a tube. This incident still caused a commotion everywhere. In the center of the Dao Heavenly Palace, there were countless celestial peaks on the Divine Island. Silver waterfalls hung in the sky, and immortal fog lingered. Multicolored light intertwined and reflected a dazzling brilliance in the sky. It was an ancient celestial atmosphere. On a majestic mountain peak, there were many buildings and palaces. Cultivators came and went, and it was very busy. This peak was called the Lonely Peak. It was where the Dao Heavenly Palace's current true disciple, Jinzhou, lived. Inside a majestic palace, white fog was dense. A young man in a golden robe was sitting, cross-legged. There was a golden horn on his forehead that flowed with the charm of the great Dao. He had a divine might that could destroy everything. The spirit qi around him spun, forming small vortexes that were absorbed into his body. Then, a layer of golden light appeared on his body, turning into small golden vortexes one after another. Each small vortex had an immortal demon's shadow sitting cross-legged, as if they were chanting scriptures. Endless runes spun on the surface of his body. It was very strange. Obviously, this was an extremely powerful and terrifying ancient heavenly technique. Behind him, there was a faint shadow of a golden beast that spun up and down. The golden mouth opened like a black hole. Endless divine light of the sun passed through the palace and was swallowed into his body. This person was the current true disciple of the Dao Heavenly Palace. His name was Jin Zhou. He was also a supreme being, and his strength was above his peers. At this moment, in the void before him, a primordial spirit that was wrapped in a Dharma artifact had a look of hatred and anger. He said, "Brother, you have to avenge me. That Gu Changa is simply too much of a bully. I didn't even provoke him, and he smashed my body into pieces. If it weren't for the Dharma artifact given to me by my clan, I would have died there. It was Jinyu who escaped from the mountain gate. He hated Guchanga so much that he couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to quell the hatred in his heart. To be humiliated like this in front of so many people was the same as killing him. You only have yourself to blame for this. Why did you go after Guchanga's sister for no reason? I already know what happened outside. Hearing this, the young man in the golden robe opened his eyes and said coldly, however, Guchanga is too much of a bully. So what if he has the Gu clan behind him? My Golden Horn clan isn't that easy to bully. I will seek justice for you, but not now. Guchanga's strength seems to have broken through to the titled Emperor realm. My ancient heaven technique is at the critical moment of breaking through. Before I break through, I am not his match. Hearing this, Jin Yu's face lit up. Thank you, brother. I will wait for brother to avenge me. I will definitely make that Guchanga regret what he did today. Jinzhou nodded, not saying anything. But in his heart he was still very cautious. Guchanga was definitely a great enemy and could not be underestimated. During this period of time, he had many fortuitous encounters. He had condensed his ancestor's phantom, and his strength had greatly increased. He had thought that he could take revenge on Guchanga for injuring him that day. But he didn't expect Guchanga's strength to increase so quickly. He actually broke through to the titled Emperor realm before him, and he was only at the late stage of the titled Emperor realm. But he was still confident that when he broke through to the peak of the titled Emperor realm, combined with his heaven technique and many trump cards, he would definitely be able to fight Guchanga. Chapter 92. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Wushang Peak. Palaces and pavilions were everywhere. Under the afterglow, it was as if an ancient heavenly palace was located here. Halfway up the peak, there were many cave residences. They were emitting light and immortal fog. It was colorful and looked very magical. This was the peak where Guchanga was. In the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, it was a blessed land with rich spiritual energy. It was much better than the other peaks for cultivation. Only the elders with unfathomable cultivation skills would have better cultivation residences and cave residences. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was extremely vast. There were tens of thousands of mountains and islands for the disciples to cultivate, not to mention the mysterious areas in the depths. There were many immemorial sacred mountains and ancient stone platforms. Occasionally, there would be disciples who would find opportunities in such places and improve their cultivation and strength. Roar! The 9 dragons pulled a chariot. Now, many young geniuses from halfway up the Wushang Peak appeared. There were men and women, as well as other immemorial living beings with powerful bloodlines. Their combat strength was shocking. Master! Welcome, Master! Seeing the 9 dragons pulling the chariot, all the young geniuses came out to greet with respect and admiration. They were all followers that Guchanga had taken in before. They were all famous geniuses in the outside world. Now, the strongest one had broken through to the mid-stage of the Marquis realm. He was the young master of an ancient clan. Guchanga walked out with a calm expression. He nodded at them and said, "Rise. Did anything happen when I wasn't here?" After leaving the mountain gate, he didn't care about Gu Xian anymore. He went straight back to his own peak. To Guchanga, Gu Xian couldn't affect him much. She was much weaker than him. She didn't have the ability to take revenge even if she wanted to. His main plan was to take care of the other true disciples. Wushang Peak was the name given by the current palace master of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. The other true disciples' peaks had the same name. They had different meanings. Master, in the past half a year, other than a few true disciples and elders who sent people to ask about your whereabouts, nothing major happened at Wushang Peak. A person replied respectfully, "What happened in the sect?" Guchanga nodded and asked, "I don't know what kind of opportunity true disciple Chu obtained some time ago, after returning from the Cloud Tomb. His cultivation base has already broken through to the peak of the Marquis realm. He is vaguely the leader of the remaining true disciples. In addition, Yin Jin Chuan told us to tell Master that she has something important to discuss with Master. If Master returns, she will come to find Master again. That person replied after hearing that. The true disciple of Chu he spoke of was called Chu Wuji, the crown prince of an immortal dynasty. His talent was extremely powerful, and he had displayed terrifying strength since young. His talent was heaven-defying, and few could compare to him. He had never been defeated before. As for Yin Jin Chuan, her name was Yin Mei. She was the heavenly daughter of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an ancient, immemorial royal clan with an extremely long history in the upper realm. They were extremely powerful. Hearing this, Gu Changa's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded. I understand. After that, he returned to the palace where he usually cultivated. Master's strength is even more unfathomable. I've already heard the rumor just now. Master killed Jin Yu's Nihility God realm servant with one palm. It seems that Master has already broken through to the immemorial king realm. I haven't heard the news of the other young geniuses breaking through to the immemorial king realm. After Gu Changa left, the group of followers discussed in low voices with respect. They were even more in awe of Gu Changa, when Gu Changa had subdued them before, regardless of whether his methods were brilliant or not. At least now they were sincerely convinced. The other true disciples had to join forces to fight against Gu Changa. This was the greatest proof. The situation in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was almost as he had expected. The 5 true disciples each represented a different giant behind them. The strongest among them were the Longevity Gu clan behind him and the great Chu immortal dynasty behind Chu Wuji. The forces behind the other 3 were slightly weaker. It was because of this that the elders of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace couldn't interfere in the competition between the true disciples. This was because it wouldn't curry favor with the forces behind them and might even offend them. After all, no one would be stupid enough to do something that wasn't worth it. It's about time that the successor position is decided. However, if we want to scheme against the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, even if I become the successor, there are still many elders to deal with, especially the great elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. He's known as one of the most terrifying existences in the upper realm. Gu Changa couldn't help but frown. According to his and his father's plan, the Longevity Gu clan's first step in encroaching on the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was to let him become the successor. However, even if he succeeded, there was still a long way to go. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace had changed many palace masters, and it wasn't that there hadn't been other forces that had taken the position. However, the Great Elder was the only one who had never changed. No matter what kind of rebellion happened, he would always suppress it. The palace master was like water, and the Great Elder was like iron. He was the one who had supported the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace for so long. Apart from him, none of the other elders were easy to deal with. Many prodigies joined the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace because they wanted to learn the various divine abilities, treasure arts, and immortal Tao scriptures. They wanted to obtain opportunities and cultivation resources. Of course, if they could obtain the support of the elders behind the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, it would be very beneficial for them to fight for status after they returned to their own forces. However, Gu Changa had been planning to encroach on the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace from the very beginning. Moreover, the fact that he had a demon heart seemed to have been noticed by others. This was something from his memories. So many elders had always been on guard against him. Compared to the other true disciples, Gu Changa's motives were too impure. Of course, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace had many powerful inheritances. Since ancient times, it had nurtured many outstanding talents who had made a name for themselves in the upper realm. Gu Changa didn't lack powerful inheritances. Most importantly, he had a forbidden, demonic art. With this kind of cultivation system, he naturally didn't lack anything. Of course, if it was some powerful divine abilities or secret arts, that would be a different story. On the one hand, he could exchange for them in the system store, but that would require him to spend fate points. If there was a ready-made divine ability in front of him, how could Gu Changa not want it? After returning to the palace, Gu Changa dismissed everyone. He summoned his stats interface. Owner, Gu Changa Aura. Destined villain weapon. 8 Desolation Demon halberd identity. True disciple of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Young master of the longevity Gu clan physique bloodline. Demon heart and Tao bone cultivation. Early immortal emperor realm techniques and abilities. Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon. 8th level, 30%. Myriad transformations demon body. Innate talent. Innate divine will, innate talent. Void power, innate talent. Immortal devouring demon technique, endless. Immortal mantra, fate. 4,000 luck points. 2,100 black. System store, unlocked inventory. 1/3 of the world seed X3. Luck plunder card X3, his luck points had increased by 100, and the remaining 500 came from his fiancée Yumingkong. After that, Gu Changa pondered for a moment, then exchanged for another 1,000 luck points. His fate points had reached 14,000 points. He directly used 8,000 points to break through to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. A strange chi flowed through his limbs and bones, then gathered in his spirit sea. Buzz! The progress of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace had also increased to 60%. Many insights and memories of control were like a series of golden words, shining brightly, flashing through Gu Changa's mind, then gradually quieted down. At last, my mid-stage Immortal Emperor realm strength is actually enough to hide it from the outside world. Gu Changa pondered for a moment. A long time ago, he had 2 different cultivation systems. One was relying on the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, which could be improved as he added points or cultivated. This was the strength that he showed in front of the world. The other was the devouring path of the Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, which devoured the source of the various immortal emperors and contained heaven and earth. This was extremely heaven-defying and could not be exposed at all. Once it was exposed, the Gu family would not be able to protect him. As for why it was heaven-defying, in fact, Gu Changa did not know. He only remembered that his strongest trump card was the Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, asking for fresh flowers, but unless it was the most critical moment, he could not expose it. Why was he not clear? Because most of Gu Changa's memories of this were sealed by himself. He only knew the many secret techniques of the Immortal Devouring Demon Technique. After all, if he wanted to hide it from others, he had to hide it from himself first. After that, Gu Changa waved his arm, and a series of gray flags flew out from his sleeves. Runes intertwined, breaking through the void and sealing the palace. This was a set of heaven-deceiving flags that he had spent a lot of money to refine and had terrifying concealment abilities. Buzz! Something that looked like a primal chaos mist quickly shrouded this place. In this way, no one could casually spy on this place. Even if divine will were to descend, Gu Changa would be able to detect it immediately. He sat cross-legged, and his entire aura began to change. Just now, he was like a transcendent immortal, exuding an otherworldly immortal aura. But now, strange black runes began to appear on his body, floating up and down one by one. They were simple and mysterious, as if they were evolving the birth of the primordial era and the creation of the universe. In his sea of consciousness, there were faint sealing patterns on the innate divine will formed by the primordial spirit. But at this moment, the sealing patterns became pitch black. In the end, it cracked. Buzz! The memory seal was broken. Gu Changa's aura became dark and deep, and demonic intent surged into the sky, like an unparalleled demon lord. Fortunately, he had sealed this place with the heaven-deceiving array, so no one could discover anything unusual. One by one, black runes of the great Tao appeared in his hand, and then turned into a flashing great Tao treasure bottle above his head, and billions of rays of divine light fell. A terrifying and majestic aura soared from his body. His primordial spirit transformed, and his body was filled with thick, black, demonic light. Mid-stage Emperor Realm. Late stage Peak. Late stage Void God Realm. Mid-stage True God Realm. Late stage Mid-stage Peak. Half-step Heavenly God Realm. At this moment, the 8th Desolation Demonic Halberd felt Gu Changa's aura, and it could not help but tremble slightly, cheering and jumping with joy. Gu Changa absorbed the part of the memory that he had sealed. His expression could not help but become a little strange. So this is my greatest trump card, the true cultivation of a half-step heavenly god? As expected, once it is exposed, not to mention anything else. Just this shocking cultivation speed of mine will probably cause everyone to want to kill me. Using living beings as nourishment, devouring to strengthen myself. This method is simply more addictive than adding points. It's not too much to make the world my enemy. Gu Changa closed his eyes. No wonder this part of the memory was sealed. The heaven-defying, immortal devouring demonic technique was indeed enough to break the balance of the cultivation world and make the world his enemy. At this time, people of the same age who cultivated bitterly were only at the Marquis or Emperor realm, but his true cultivation was already at the half-step Heavenly God realm. What kind of concept was this? Even if he added points, it was impossible for him to reach this level. Once the world knew, they would definitely go crazy to an unimaginable extent. The path of the villain? Why do I suspect that I've become the final boss? Soon, Gu Changa withdrew his immortal devouring demonic technique aura. As for that part of the memory, he pondered for a moment and did not seal it. This matter was of great importance. Although he had to be careful, he felt that it was unnecessary to seal it. There were traces of the immortal devouring demonic technique for a long time, and it was known to the world that its terrifying and heaven-defying abilities should have disappeared in the river of time. Now, even if he sealed the memory of his true cultivation, it was not necessary. After all, he still knew many secret techniques related to the immortal devouring demonic technique. Was he going to seal them all? In fact, there was no need at all. On the surface, he was still a true disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, and an Emperor Realm cultivator. Soon, Gu Changa's aura disappeared, and he returned to normal. Nothing unusual could be seen. Unless he took the initiative to expose himself, no one would be able to discover his true cultivation. He was not worried. Chapter 93. The entire Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was in an uproar because of what had happened on the day of Gu Changa's return. There were disciples on the various divine islands discussing it. Even many elders had come out of seclusion because of this matter. They felt that they needed to mediate at this critical moment. Many people guessed that Jin Zhou would not let this matter go and would seek revenge for his younger brother. After all, there was a lot of enmity between him and Gu Changa before. However, no one expected that Jin Zhou would remain in seclusion on the lonely peak for a period of time. There was no news at all. As a true disciple of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Jin Zhou's every move attracted the attention of many people. However, his choice of seclusion to avoid battle still shocked many people. They were both young supremes. When Jin Zhou suppressed Gu Changa in terms of cultivation, he was heavily injured. Now that his cultivation was surpassed, many people felt that he did not dare to accept the challenge and chose to retreat. This caused a huge commotion. Every single one of the young supreme beings who could reach this step were all proud and arrogant individuals who wouldn't easily admit defeat. However, Jin Zhou's actions were truly puzzling. Many of his followers felt uneasy. Although they were very confident in Jin Zhou, in the face of such a huge provocation, Jin Zhou had chosen to remain silent and enter seclusion. Was he really afraid of Gu Changa? Moreover, it was also during this period of time that the great elder, who had not appeared for many years, appeared again. Beside him was a girl in green. Many disciples recognized the identity of the girl in green. She was the girl who had caused Jin Yu's body to be smashed by Gu Changa in front of the mountain gate that day. They suspected that she was from the Gu family and was Gu Changa's younger sister. However, there seemed to be some conflict between the two. The appearance of the great elder attracted the attention of many disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Many people guessed that the great elder wanted to take the girl in green as a disciple. After all, the great elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was definitely someone who stood at the peak of the upper realm. His cultivation was unfathomable. The disciple he had once taken was also an absolute overlord in the outer realm. She held great authority and could cause a commotion with a stomp of her foot. If the great elder accepted that girl, it was very likely that the heavenly Tao Palace of Immortals would gain another true disciple. In terms of seniority, even many of the old antiques could not compare to her. When news of this spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. For a time, the identity of this blue-clothed girl was revealed by many cultivators. Her name was Gu Xian. She was 17 years old and possessed an extremely formidable talent. She was already a holy lord. As for her origins, very few people knew about it. However, some people heard that the great elder had praised Gu Xian as a nirvana sovereign, the darling of the great Tao, and that his foundation was so deep that it was simply unprecedented. Once this rumor spread, it caused a huge commotion. One had to know that when Gu Changa joined the sect, the first elder only praised him with not bad when he appeared. If that was the case, was that girl's talent even greater than Gu Changa's? This matter even attracted the attention of the other true disciple, the prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty, Chu Wuji. Many people saw him bring his followers to the place where the great elder usually cultivated in seclusion, preparing to pay him a visit. At the same time, in the ancient city of Tao Heavenly Immortals, outside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, within a simple and majestic palace, Gu Changa had just arrived. He lightly tasted the fine wine in front of him, his expression somewhat interested. At this moment, in front of him was a naturally seductive girl. Her appearance could be said to be peerless, but she was standing there with respect and fear. The girl's eyes were watery, and her beauty was almost enchanting. Behind her, there were a few snow-white foxtails, sparkling and translucent, flickering with luster. If an expert was here, they would definitely cry out in shock. This was a powerful descendant of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, and from the foxtails behind her, one could tell that her status was definitely not low. She was extremely respected in the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Of course, if a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was here, they would definitely be shocked, because this girl was the Palace of Heavenly Immortals' true disciple, Yinmei. At the same time, she was the heavenly daughter of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. She was lofty and extremely mysterious. Master! At this moment, Yinmei was calling out to Gu Changa. Her snow-white face was filled with fear and dread. A fluffy, soft, and pure white foxtail fell into Gu Changa's hand, causing her to tremble and almost lose her footing. This is the antidote for the heart demon Gu. Gu Changa played with the fluffy foxtail in his hand, and at the same time threw a strange pill to her. After receiving the pill, Yinmei did not hesitate at all. She swallowed it immediately, and a relieved expression appeared on her face. "Thank you, Master." Gu Changa nodded. The expression on his face made it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. Looking at his memories from before, Yinmei was the most mysterious of the 5 true disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Usually, very few disciples saw her. A few years ago, during a secret realm trial of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, she encountered Gu Changa in an underground cave. Coincidentally, She also saw the scene of Guchanga using the immortal devouring demonic art to devour the source energy of other cultivators. She was shocked by this unexpected encounter. She did not expect that Guchanga, who had always had the potential to become a perfected immortal, was secretly the successor of a forbidden demonic art. At that time, the two of them directly broke out into a huge battle. Inmei was very strong and had many life-saving methods. Without using the immortal devouring demonic art, it was not difficult for Guchanga to defeat her, but it was not easy for him to kill her. Therefore, he used his last resort and exposed his true cultivation, which directly made Inmei despair. She did not want to die, so she directly chose to submit to Guchanga. However, Guchanga did not believe her, so he used the heart demon Gu and the demonic bottle to control her. The heart demon Gu would act up once every 6 months, and he needed the antidote to remove it. Otherwise, she would suffer the pain of the heart demon gnawing at her heart. As for the demonic bottle, it was naturally to have an additional layer of protection. Now, Guchanga did not have the heart demon Gu anymore. It required many things to refine, and the process was extremely complicated. Therefore, he was thinking of asking Lin Xiuhan to help him refine it in the future. Of course, the most important process would definitely be done by him. After all, it involved demonic arts. How's the collection? At this moment, Guchanga returned to his senses. He let go of the foxtail in his hand and asked calmly. This feeling of stroking the foxtail reminded him of stroking a cat in his previous life. Of course, these days he was the only one who dared to stroke the 9-tailed fox clan like a cat. If ordinary people touched their tails, they would definitely explode and chop off their hands. Master, in the past 6 months, we've collected many geniuses with special constitutions. There's no problem with their identities and backgrounds, and they're now locked up in the dungeon. In addition, there are many powerful ancient corpses of various clans that were stolen. Their essences are still preserved, and they're also kept for you, Master, Inmei replied, not daring to ask more. She knew more about Guchanga than many people, so she was even more afraid and fearful. Moreover, she also knew that the reason why Guchanga kept her was mostly because the 9-tailed fox clan's business network covered the upper realm. Not only could they help him find out more information, but they could also help him collect cultivation resources. That's right, cultivation resources. These cultivation resources were naturally the various constitutions that Guchanga needed for his immortal devouring demonic technique. The number of cultivators and living beings in the upper realm was simply uncountable. Those geniuses with special constitutions were even more numerous. The fact that Guchanga's immortal devouring demonic technique cultivation base could break through to half-step heavenly god level was largely due to Inmei. She could be considered as his confidant. However, strictly speaking, she could not be considered as his confidant. After all, she submitted out of fear for him. Well done! Guchanga praised her. Then he went to the dungeon below the palace. With these resources, it would not take long for his true cultivation base to break through to heavenly god level. Of course, in front of everyone, he still had to hide his cultivation base with the Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript. In the depths of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, a lone peak sat in the void. It was 100,000 feet tall. Immortal flowers were blooming, and sacred beasts were roaming about. It looked peaceful and tranquil. An old man with a benevolent face, white robes fluttering in the wind, and a transcendent air about him, was fishing on the lone peak. The old man's eyes were incomparably deep, as if they could reflect the ancient heavens. This person was the great elder of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, an ancient figure who had lived for an unknown period of time. Beside him, a young girl in green was looking at him curiously with a puzzled expression. The clouds below rolled. The great elder cast a straight hook, but he did not know what he was going to catch. Great elder, what are you going to catch? Gusian could not help but ask. She had come to join the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, and the great elder had indeed planned to take her in as a disciple. However, before that, she had to do something first. "Of course, I'm going to catch a person," the great elder said cheerfully. Hearing this, Gu Xian could not help but secretly pout. She was used to hearing this kind of profound mystery. "You came here to defeat your brother and take back your things, right?" the great elder suddenly asked. His eyes seemed to have seen through everything. "I already have a new bone. I don't need to take back anything." Hearing this, Gu Xian was silent for a moment. Then she said resolutely, "But I will seek justice and take revenge for all the pain and suffering I suffered all these years." "Good. You're so ambitious at such a young age." As expected of the disciple chosen by the old monster, the great elder was still smiling. "Gu Changa's demonic nature is too deep. I smelled it on the first day he entered the sect, trying to hide his demonic nature with his bones. Only the Gu clan could think of something like that. The position of the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace cannot be given to him. If you want me to take you in as a disciple, that's not a problem. However, you must first prove to me that you can surpass Gu Changa." Hearing this, Gu Xian clenched her fists. She asked, "Great Elder, how can I prove it?" "The Tao Heaven Path. Surpass Gu Changa's record. Can you do that?" The great elder said with a smile. Gu Xian was stunned. She naturally knew about the Tao Heaven Path of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. It was said that this was one of the most difficult paths to take in the upper realm. It was extremely mysterious. For the Heaven's Pride who entered the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, being able to take one more step on this path was something worth celebrating. It represented talent and recognition, and it was enough to make one's name known everywhere. "I can do it." Thinking of this, Gu Xian said resolutely. The great elder laughed. "You're so confident. You must know that Gu Changa suppressed all his peers and set the first record in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace in the last 100,000 years. Hey, someone took the bait." As he said that, he suddenly pulled the hook. In the clouds in front of him, a dazzling golden true dragon suddenly broke through the clouds. "Greetings, great elder." The golden true dragon landed and turned into a majestic and handsome man in golden armor. It was the other true disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Chu Wuji. Chapter 94. Chu Wuji was tall and wore golden armor. He had a bright smile on his face and gave people a very good impression of him. When he arrived at the mountain peak, he immediately noticed Gu Xian. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. But his good upbringing and scheming didn't make him look surprised. He had seen many beauties, but he was still surprised for a moment. "Greetings, great elder." Then he bowed slightly to the great elder. Even in the entire Tao Heavenly Palace, very few people knew that Chu Wuji was actually the great elder's disciple. Because Chu Wuji's father, the emperor of the great Chu celestial dynasty, was once the great elder's disciple in name. But because of his identity, he couldn't become an inner disciple. Only a few people knew about this matter. Chu Wuji came at the right time. The great elder nodded slightly. His attitude towards Chu Wuji was quite good. For the elders of the Tao Heavenly Palace, no matter how they looked at it, Chu Wuji was very steady and excellent. It was hard to find any flaws. And he didn't have the same goal as Gu Changa. Among the current direct disciples of the Tao Heavenly Palace, Chu Wuji was the only one who could compete with Gu Changa. Many elders thought highly of him. They felt that Chu Wuji could take on important responsibilities, unlike Gu Changa who had impure thoughts. Gu Xian looked at Chu Wuji. After all, he was a young sovereign who could compete with Gu Changa. She couldn't help but be curious. He had the aura of an emperor. His steps were steady and steady. His cultivation was unfathomable. She couldn't see through him. This must be the little junior sister who's been the talk of the town recently. 21. I see that the rumors are true. You really have a divine appearance and an outstanding demeanor. Chu Wuji smiled at Gu Xian, and clasped his hands. Greetings, Senior Brother Wuji. Gu Xian nodded. Her expression was calm, but she couldn't guess why Chu Wuji was being nice to her. She had just arrived, and even the great elder hadn't accepted her as a disciple. Her status in the Tao Heavenly Palace was even lower than an ordinary disciple. Logically speaking, why would Chu Wuji show goodwill to her? Could it be because of Gu Chang'e? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Just now, I was still thinking about who to find to take Xian to the path of heavens. Chu Wuji, you came at the right time. You can take Xian there. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke indifferently. Tao Heavenly Path? Looks like little junior sister has lofty aspirations. However, the path of heavenly Tao is very dangerous. If you force yourself, it's very likely that you'll suffer unimaginable damage, even damaging your Tao heart and stopping your cultivation. Little junior sister, have you thought it through? Chu Wuji was slightly stunned. He had actually come here for Gu Xian, he had already inquired about her before this. To put it bluntly, Gu Xian had evidence in her hands that would make the Chongqing Gu family lose face. At that time, once it was made public, the Longevity Gu family would definitely be ridiculed by many forces in the upper realm. They would lose all face and become a laughingstock. An old ancestor of the great Chu immortal dynasty was once heavily injured by the Longevity Gu clan. So he didn't have a good impression of the Longevity Gu clan. He naturally couldn't wait to see such a situation. However, in front of the Grand Elder, he naturally had to act like he was doing what was best for Gu Xian. The Grand Elder glanced at him and shook his head slightly in his heart. He didn't say anything. Gu Xian said with a calm expression, I have confidence in this matter. Senior Brother Wuji, you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Chu Wuji still had a carefree and unconcerned expression on his face. However, he sneered in his heart. He was also very curious. How far could this so-called young Nirvana paragon go? How could he be so confident? All right, then I'll wait and see, Chu Wuji said. Then he turned into a divine rainbow and led the way for Gu Xian, in front of the path of heavenly Tao. Gu Xian also followed. She had a feeling that Chu Wuji had other motives. This was her intuition, and it had been very accurate all these years. Master. Soon, a group of followers appeared in front of Chu Wuji. They glanced at Gu Xian, and were a little surprised. Go to the path of heavenly Tao, Chu Wuji instructed. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn around and sigh at Gu Xian. He said with pity and a little disdain, Junior sister, I actually know a lot about you. Gu Chang'e is really vicious and merciless. His actions are simply shocking and chilling. It doesn't seem like something an older brother would do. Even the actions of a ferocious beast can't be compared to him. Gu Xian, who was following behind, couldn't help but frown when she heard these words. She didn't say a word. Although she knew that the other party was scolding Gu Chang'e, she didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Chang'e was indeed very harsh to her, but he couldn't be compared to this petty person who gossiped behind his back. Although Gu Chang'e's methods were vicious and merciless, he was more honorable than him. Moreover, this was a matter between her and Gu Chang'e. She didn't want others to interfere. Senior Brother Wuji, you should lead the way properly. I didn't think that as a direct disciple, you would talk about others behind their backs. Gu Xian said with a calm expression. In other words, if you have the ability to say it in front of him, what's the use of saying it in front of me? She could see that this so-called direct disciple, Chu, just wanted to rope her in to join his side to deal with Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Chu Wuji's expression finally changed. It was faintly ugly, but he quickly recovered. After all, he was a person who didn't show his emotions. However, Gu Xian's words really made him angry and cold. Was she mocking him for not daring to shout in front of Gu Chang'e? A mere little girl, who was only a holy lord, dared to speak to him like that. It seemed that the first elder really gave her confidence. If it weren't for the first elder, Chu Wuji would have made a move and let her know what a direct disciple was in the Tao Heaven Palace. However, he was also a bit confused. According to the information he had gathered, the hatred between Gu Xian and Gu Chang'e was unimaginably deep. Why would Gu Xian speak up for Gu Chang'e? Soon, the entire Tao Heaven Palace was alarmed. They found out that the girl beside the first elder was going to challenge the Tao Heaven Path and break Gu Chang'e's record. This news was naturally spread by Chu Wuji. It caused a huge commotion, and even the other direct disciples were alarmed and came out of seclusion to take a look. The girl's identity was very mysterious. It was said that she was from the Gu clan. Now, the first elder thought highly of her and planned to take her in as a disciple. Not to mention the disciples, even many elders were curious and wanted to take a look. In the Tao Heaven Palace, the Tao Heaven Path had an indescribable meaning. It was even a springboard for carps to become dragons. After all, to prodigies, talent was very useful. Sometimes, the strength of one's talent determined one's future achievements. For a time, the sky was filled with divine rainbows, colorful clouds, and artifacts. Many disciples were heading towards the Tao Heaven Path. The various peaks were filled with people, and it was very lively. Many people also noticed that there were elders and disciples among them. The Tao Heaven Path's record in the past 100,000 years was broken by true disciple Gu. Until now, no one has been able to surpass him. After all, he is a young supreme being with the potential of a true immortal. Recently, I heard that he has broken through to the immortal emperor realm. This kind of cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. I haven't heard of anyone in the same generation breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Even true disciple, Chu, seems to be stuck at that step. How can it be so easy to break true disciple Gu's record? I think that girl in green is just a fool's dream. There were disciples all over the mountain peaks discussing this matter. The Tao Heaven Path was a white jade staircase surrounded by immortal mist. It was extremely mysterious. Tao patterns interweaved on each staircase. As prodigies walked up, different phenomena would appear. This path led to the sky, and no one knew how many stairs there were. Every 100,000 years, the Tao Heaven Path would appear here, and different prodigies would come here to challenge this path. In other words, a new record would be set every 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, all the prodigies were from the same era. Naturally, they were not willing to fall behind and wanted to leave their footprints on it to shock the world and become famous. During these 100,000 years, among the disciples who entered the Tao Heaven Palace, only Gu Chang'e was the most dazzling, overshadowing the rest of his peers. The potential of a true immortal was not just a saying. At this moment, many disciples and cultivators gathered at the foot of the Tao Heaven Path. They were all here to watch the show. Gu Xian's expression was calm. She was dressed in green, and her figure was even more slender. Junior sister, don't force yourself. The pressure on the Tao Heaven Path is very strong. Chu Wuji advised with good intentions. Gu Xian glanced at him without any change in expression and did not say anything. In a short time, almost the entire Tao Heaven Palace knew about this matter. It was obvious that Chu Wuji had spread the news. As for his motive, he definitely wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Naturally, this little scheme could not be hidden from her. After not seeing you for a few days, Xian actually has a suitor so quickly? Why don't you let me check you out first? At this moment, a slightly mocking chuckle suddenly sounded. Gu Xian's calm expression was broken. She suddenly turned her head, and her eyes were cold as she looked in the direction of the voice. Gu Chang'e had a smile on his face. His white robes were purer than snow as he slowly walked over. A large group of powerful followers followed behind him. The expressions of the nearby disciples changed, and they all retreated. After finishing his cultivation and leaving the Tao Heaven ancient city, he returned to the sect. However, he did not expect to encounter Gu Xian challenging the Tao Heaven Path. He immediately became interested and came here. So this little sister is the disciple that the head elder was preparing to take in recently? She really is a rare beauty. What will happen when she grows up? Chuckles also sounded from another direction. A beautiful woman with a white veil on her face appeared. She had several fox tails behind her, and they were held in the arms of her maid to prevent them from dragging on the ground. This was the Tao Heaven Palace's true disciple, Yin Mei. In front of outsiders, no one knew of her relationship with Gu Chang'e. After Gu Chang'e left the Tao Heaven ancient city, she also returned to the sect. Moreover, because she had prepared enough cultivation resources in this half year, and because Gu Chang'e seemed to be very interested in her foxtails, he specially gave her a few more antidotes. This put Yin Mei in a good mood. SSS. This matter actually alarmed true disciple Gu. Even the always mysterious true disciple Yin has appeared. I truly did not expect this. It seems like there will be a good show to watch soon. When the people on the various peaks saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked. They did not expect so many true disciples to appear all of a sudden. Moreover, even Gu Chang'e had come here. Normally, he was elusive, so it was very difficult to see him. Chapter 95. Gu Chang'e, what are you doing here? Hearing these mocking words, Gu Xian couldn't help but ask with a cold expression. She never had a good tone or expression towards Gu Chang'e. In front of others, she was very calm, but in front of Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but show anger and anger. You still haven't answered my question. Gu Chang'e lightly smiled, not caring at all about Gu Xian, gaze that seemed to want to swallow him whole. When Chu Wuji heard this, he also felt uncomfortable. What did he mean by he was Gu Xian, suitor? As a prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty, did he need to pursue others? With just one sentence, what kind of proud daughter of heaven wouldn't send herself to him? Although he knew that this was Gu Chang'e's mockery, he was still unhappy. His expression was not very good, especially when Gu Chang'e ignored him. Senior, martial brother Chu Wuji sent me to Tao Heaven's road. He is not my suitor. Gu Xian frowned, not understanding what Gu Chang'e wanted to do. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e revealed a look of understanding. Then he said with a bit of regret, so it's like this. What a pity. I still want you to help me check. Otherwise, any random cat or dog will have ideas about you. Gu Xian heard this and laughed. She naturally didn't believe Gu Chang'e's nonsense. She felt that he was implying something. Was Gu Chang'e standing up for her? She didn't believe it. Junior martial sister Xian wants to challenge Tao Heaven's road. Gu Chang'e, are you going to stop her? This is head elder's order. At this time, he heard Gu Chang'e call him a random cat or dog. Chu Wuji's expression immediately darkened as he said to Gu Chang'e, directly bringing out head elder's name. No matter how much they disagreed before, Gu Chang'e would never say such things in public like this. So what if he's the great elder? Do you think he'll interfere in the affairs of his peers? When Gu Chang'e heard this, he didn't care at all. He glanced at him casually. Besides, I'm talking to my sister. Who do you think you are? These words immediately made Chu Wuji's face turn the color of a pig's liver. His face alternated between green and white. He could no longer hold back his anger. He had been provoked and humiliated by Gu Chang'e time and time again. No matter how good his self-restraint was and how shrewd he was, he still couldn't take it. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. If he tolerated this, how could he survive in the upper realm in the future? He didn't even want his face anymore. He was also a supreme martial artist. So why should he be humiliated by him? Gu Chang'e, don't go too far. Chu Wuji's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. So what if I'm bullying you? Gu Chang'e still had an indifferent expression. He had wanted to make a move on Chu Wuji for a long time, but he couldn't find the right time. He didn't believe that Chu Wuji would still tolerate today's situation. Chu Wuji's face was already ugly to the extreme. His anger was about to erupt. No matter how calm and shrewd he was usually, he couldn't hold it in at this time. This scene directly set off a huge uproar in the vicinity. They didn't see Gu Xian, ascending the path of heaven. Instead, they saw the conflict between Gu Chang'e and another true disciple. Many people were excited. After all, it was a rare battle between true disciples. No one thought that Gu Chang'e's attitude would be so arrogant. He didn't put Chu Wuji, who was also a true disciple, in his eyes. Everyone knew that Gu Chang'e was very strong. However, to be able to become a true disciple, he naturally had his strong points and outstanding talents. He was a supreme martial artist. Who was the weakest among them? At this moment, many people were excited. Even many elders were the same. It was normal for people of the same generation to fight. However, it was rare for people to provoke others in public like this, as if they were going to start a fight. In addition, the two true disciples who came here, one was called Tianyang, and the other was called Zhong Tianyuan. They appeared on the mountain peak, enveloped in various colors of light. When they saw this scene, their expressions were solemn. Chu Wuji's strength is unfathomable. We might not be his match in a one-on-one battle, but Gu Chang'e is obviously stronger. Chu Wuji's chances of winning this battle are not high, but if he cowers, his Dao heart will be damaged. Losing is a small matter. He can still break and then rebuild. However, once his Dao heart is damaged, he won't have any chance in the future. As the two spoke, their expressions became even more solemn. As supreme martial artists, they naturally believed that they were invincible and could defeat their peers. If they cowered like this, then what was the point of fighting? Therefore, they were sure that this battle would definitely start. There was no surprise. I want to see how you can humiliate me like this. Chu Wuji shouted angrily, directly attacking Gu Chang'e. Everyone nearby was shocked, and they all retreated. Only Yin Mei felt that Chu Wuji was courting death. Gu Chang'e's strength was far from what he could imagine. Just the strength on the surface was not something a normal supreme martial artist could match. At this moment, Gu Xian also focused all of her attention. She wanted to know how powerful Gu Chang'e was now. Imperial Dragon Palm. This is the famous precious technique of the great Chu immortal dynasty. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing Chu Wuji's move. Chu Wuji's palm represented a supreme, precious technique. The symbols on it interweaved, turning into the shape of a dragon, grabbing towards Gu Chang'e. It was like a pure gold millstone, able to obliterate all enemies in the world. That kind of aura was extremely domineering. Just like this, it spread out, making people horrified. It was extremely masculine. Many disciples felt like their bodies were about to split open from the distance. So scary is this the terror of a supreme martial artist? A normal void god realm is definitely not Chu Wuji's opponent. One has to know that he is only at the peak of the marquee realm, 2 realms away from the void god realm. Too strong. This is the gap between us and a true disciple. Many disciples were shocked by Chu Wuji's palm. Before, Gu Chang'e had destroyed Jin Yu's old servant with 1 palm. But now, Chu Wuji's palm clearly had the might of a void god realm. After all, for a supreme martial artist, it was not difficult to fight someone of a higher realm. Is this why you are so confident in attacking me? Who gave it to you? However, facing this palm, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much, still playing it down. He also reached out with his palm, turning into a golden seal. Divine light spread out, falling on the seal. The seal and the millstone collided, instantly exploding. When these 2 divine abilities and precious techniques collided, there was a shocking explosion. It was as if a meteorite had smashed down, causing the nearby mountains to tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground, and many law ripples appeared. Puff! Blood splashed out in the field. Chu Wuji flew backwards, his hair covering his head, his entire body covered in blood. Under the recoil of this aftershock, he was directly injured. His expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Middle stage Emperor realm? Under the same realm, it was very difficult for a supreme martial artist to determine the victor, let alone a complete suppression of the realm. Back then, when Guchanga was only at the initial stage of the Saint Lord realm, he had severely injured the young supreme martial artist Jin Zhou, causing a huge sensation. But he really didn't expect that Guchanga had already broken through to the mid-stage Emperor realm. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Too powerful, Guchanga's casual attack was terrifying to such an extent. This was simply unbeatable, as expected of a true immortal. Under the suppression of cultivation, Chu Jinchuan couldn't win at all. I really didn't expect that Guchanga had already broken through to the mid-stage Emperor realm. Tianyang and Zhong Tianyuan, the two supreme martial artists, couldn't help but be shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. How is he so strong? Gu Xian'er's expression was solemn. Even if she caught up and wanted to surpass Guchanga to take revenge, she didn't know how long it would take. Middle stage Emperor realm, so what? At this moment, Chu Wuji suddenly shouted. His entire body became golden, and a layer of dragon scales covered his body. This was his dragon transformation talent. It was originally a trump card that could greatly increase the strength of his physical body for a period of time. Before this, he had never used it in front of others. But today, Chu Wuji couldn't care so much. He only had one thought now, and that was to defeat Guchanga to wash away the humiliation of today. Roar, roar, roar. A domineering and long dragon roar was heard. A true dragon surrounded by immortal chi, breathing in clouds and covered in golden scales, appeared between heaven and earth. This true dragon was lifelike, and its body was boundlessly huge. It reached out towards Guchanga with its claw. Instantly, it was as if the sky and earth were turned upside down and chaos rose and fell. The mountains and rivers lost their color, and it contained the power of destruction as it charged towards Guchanga. At this moment, all the cultivators in front of the mountain were shocked again. They could only sigh at the young supreme martial artist's endless methods. If Chu Wuji didn't show it, no one would have thought that he had such a trump card. Middle stage Emperor realm, so what? It's enough to beat your Dao heart. Facing Chu Wuji's trump card, Guchanga only smiled faintly. Behind him, a dazzling light appeared, and a blurry, great Dao body appeared. It was very majestic, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. Great Dao body? Gu Xian'er's expression changed, and she became a little pale as she felt a familiar aura. She recognized that this was the innate ability of her great Dao bone. Boom! At this moment, Guchanga reached out with his palm, and the great Dao body behind him also made a move. A boundless fluctuation came, as if a great Dao was pressing down, able to crush all eternity. This kind of fluctuation made all the disciples and elders change their expressions. Subduing the dragon with a palm, it was as if there were stars exploding one after another. Boom! A wave as vast as the sea erupted, and all the mountain peaks shook as if there was a great earthquake. All the disciples were trembling, resonating with it. Their hearts were palpitating, and their souls were trembling. Everything there seemed to be about to be destroyed. Finally, the brilliance disappeared. Guchanga's palm pressed down, and the true dragon formed by Chu Wuji continuously collapsed. He coughed out blood crazily, and his body collapsed inch by inch. This palm continued to fall. Puff! Chu Wuji coughed out blood, and the true dragon form was broken. Half of his body immediately exploded. His expression was full of shock and disbelief. He had already used his most powerful trump card, but he was still no match for Guchanga. So what do you think you are? Guchanga finally withdrew his palm. With a calm expression, he appeared beside Chu Wuji. Then he stepped on Chu Wuji's head. He repeated this sentence. Chapter 96. Pooh! Guchanga's foot stomped down, making Chu Wuji's face turn ashen. He was incomparably humiliated and angry. However, he had no other choice. He had even used his strongest trump card, but he was not Gu Changa's opponent at all. Even a casual palm would have required him to pay a huge price to resist. Today, he finally experienced Gu Changa's strength and terror. At this moment, he felt incomparably sullen and unwilling, especially when Gu Changa repeated, "Who do you think you are?" This contemptuous and indifferent attitude was what made him feel the most depressed and uneasy. The surrounding mountains were silent for a moment, but now it was like a pot of boiling water. This battle started very quickly, but it also ended very quickly. Many people felt that as a prince of Great Chu and a young supreme being, Chu Wuji had many tricks up his sleeve. Even if he was no match for Gu Changa, they would probably fight for a while, and it would be difficult to determine the winner after a few dozen moves. However, they never expected that he would not be able to resist at all. Yes, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. From beginning to end, he had been crushed. Even when he used his trump card, he was still casually suppressed. At this time, many disciples unconsciously shivered. As a young supreme being, Chu Wuji was like this when facing Gu Changa. What about them? One on the ground, they were like ants. As expected of the person who broke the 100,000-year record of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Such strength is too terrifying. He easily crushed another true disciple. Moreover, I feel that even if true disciple Chu broke through to the Emperor realm, he would not be true disciple Gu's opponent under the same cultivation. Yes, after all, true disciple Gu has always been calm and unhurried. Who knows what trump cards he has? The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei, listened to the conversations of the nearby disciples. Her face under the veil inadvertently revealed a nonchalant smile. Trump card? Gu Changa's trump card. Anyone who saw it would probably be dead. She was probably the only one left alive. Gu Changa was definitely the most dangerous person she had ever met. His thoughts, shrewdness, and methods were all the same. Gu Changa is no longer someone we can defeat. No wonder Jin Zhou chose to go into seclusion. He should have realized this long ago. From now on, unless we have another breakthrough in our cultivation, we should choose to avoid Gu Changa. 553-inch Tianyang and Tsang Tianyuan, the two core disciples, exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. After that, they chose to leave the crowd silently. Young sovereigns naturally had the heart to compete, but that didn't mean they were stupid. After all, Gu Changa's realm was already at the middle stage of the titled Emperor realm. How could they compete? Then fight for it? Many disciples and elders noticed them and shook their heads in silence. From today onwards, even if the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace did not appoint a successor, they would still have to take a detour around Gu Changa. Today's battle was also a display of Gu Changa's might. Xian, your elder brother helped you teach this thing a lesson. Are you touched? At this time, Gu Changa looked at the dazed Gu Xian, and couldn't help but ask with a light smile. At the same time, he kicked Chu Wuji's chest. With a pu sound, blood spurted out. Chu Wuji grunted and fainted. He definitely couldn't kill him. In public, as a prince of the Great Chu Immortal Dynasty, there would definitely be people who would stop him. Gu Changa didn't plan on attracting trouble. Attacking Chu Wuji was just to let the elders of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace know that as long as he, Gu Changa, was alive, no one else had the right to be a successor. Even if they didn't mention this, Gu Changa would let them know. Over the years, all the elders had been on guard against him. Even the great elder was the same. How could Gu Changa not know? Of course, he didn't care if he knew. Before entering the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace, he had already expected this kind of situation. Gu Xian was originally a bit moved by Gu Changa teaching Chu Wuji a lesson, and didn't want to admit it. But when she heard this slightly teasing tone, her emotions immediately dissipated, replaced by a cold and hostile expression. I don't need you to care about my matters. Gu Xian wasn't polite at all to Gu Changa, because there was no need to be polite with him. The only reason she didn't punch him in the face was because she was trying her best to control herself. In front of others, no matter what happened, she would try to remain calm. But in front of Gu Changa, she couldn't help but be impulsive. She couldn't hide her anger and other emotions. "Did you forget what your elder brother said before?" Gu Changa said with a "you disappoint me too much" expression. He didn't care at all that Gu Xian wanted to bite him to death. In terms of shamelessness, he didn't lose to anyone. "What did I say?" Gu Xian said coldly. "I can bully you, but others can't bully you." Gu Changa's expression was slightly thought-provoking. "This Chu Wuji probably wants to see you make a fool of yourself on the path of heavenly Tao. That old thing great elder's condition for taking you as a disciple is to break your elder brother's record, right? This Chu Wuji's calculations are not bad. Not only does he want to see you make a fool of yourself, but he also spread the news and got the entire sect to come. His intentions are terrible. How can he bully my Gu Changa's younger sister? If he wants to bully her, only I can do it. Who does he think he is?" As he spoke, his expression turned cold. Hearing this, Gu Xian felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly. She couldn't help but shiver slightly. Crack! Then there was the crisp sound of bones breaking. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. She saw Gu Changa step down as if nothing had happened. Immediately, Chu Wuji, who had already fainted, let out a painful scream. The bones in his hand were broken by Gu Changa's stomp. Gu Changa still had a disapproving look on his face, as if he had just stepped on an ant. "Xian, remember this. Don't forget it in the future." Gu Changa looked at her slightly stunned expression and smiled slightly. "Didn't you want to ascend the path of heavenly Tao? Your elder brother is looking forward to your performance. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to reach the same level as your elder brother back then." After all, according to the normal routine, this Chu Wuji had bad intentions and was discovered by Gu Xian. Then he became vicious and tried to mock Gu Xian on the path of heavenly Tao. At the same time, he attracted the entire sect to see her make a fool of herself. In the end, Gu Xian's performance would definitely slap everyone's face, including his elder brother's face. He would take the opportunity to announce a challenge to him. Gu Changa was very familiar with this routine, but it was just a routine. He turned around and did another one. Now Gu Xian's brain was probably about to go dizzy. "Gu Changa, do you think I can break your record?" Hearing this, Gu Xian also came back to his senses. For some reason, his attitude softened a lot compared to before. Perhaps it was because of Gu Changa's actions just now. She thought that if the incident back then hadn't happened, she would still be very happy to have such a protective and strong elder brother like Gu Changa. However, the most important problem was that she was still very confused. Chu Wuji and the others didn't believe that she could break Gu Changa's record. Why did Gu Changa himself say that, as if he trusted her so much? This made Gu Xian very confused. Shouldn't Gu Changa have a look of disdain and contempt? He said, "You Gu Xian want to reach my level? Don't be an idiot." It had to be said that she had a lot to say. All these years, thanks to her third master's guidance, she was much smarter than many of her peers. She could deduce many truths from many things. He was unaccountably solicitous because he lusted after her body. She couldn't understand why Gu Changa would believe her for no reason. Hearing this, Gu Changa looked very calm. He shook his head slightly and said, "If even I don't believe you, then who will? I've seen all the hard work you've put in these past few years." This kind of words was naturally nonsense. He didn't know what Gu Xian had done. He just pretended to be enigmatic and had a deep hatred for her. That was right. Hearing this, Gu Xian's heart trembled. What did this mean? He knew all the hard work she had done all these years. Then why did he do that back then? Why did he have to dig out his own bones? Thinking of this, she didn't dare to believe it. What happened back then Could it be that he had some difficulties? Shaking her head, she quickly got rid of these unrealistic thoughts. Even if he had some difficulties, he couldn't have done such a thing. This wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. Why are you in a daze? Everyone is watching you go on the path of heavenly Tao. At this time, Gu Changa smiled and interrupted Gu Xian'er's thoughts. She glared at Gu Changa. Only then did she realize that she still had to climb the path of heavenly Tao and break Gu Changa's record. Immediately, she didn't hesitate. She turned into a divine rainbow and landed on the path of heavenly Tao. On the path of heavenly Tao, thousands of rays of light soared. Every step seemed to have awakened. Hazy immortal energy gushed out. All kinds of strange phenomena floated between heaven and earth. The sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, and ancient seas. The passage of time, the sea, turned to dust. Buzz! Gu Xian landed on the first step. There was a dazzling golden light, like a golden lotus blooming. She continued to walk. The second step, the third step, the fourth step. There was almost no obstruction. She arrived at the 10th step in an instant. All kinds of brilliance shrouded her. Immortal music reverberated. Immortal flowers bloomed in the void. It was as if she was the daughter of the great Tao and could be doted on by heaven and earth. All the disciples and elders were alarmed. The 10th step was the limit of many inner sect disciples. It was difficult for them to take another step. One had to know that in the outside world they were rare geniuses. Even a true disciple like Chu Wuji, a young supreme being whose name shook the entire region, had only reached the 14th step. And Gu Changa had reached the 18th step, the 11th step, the 12th step. Soon, Gu Xian arrived at the 15th step. Mysterious energy circulated. Divine light shone brightly. Strands of immortal energy spread out, making her look like the daughter of the celestial emperor. She had a sense of ascension. After a moment of silence, the place suddenly erupted in an uproar. Many disciples and elders were extremely shocked. This kind of talent had already surpassed the average young supreme being. Could it be that Gu Xian could really break Gu Changa's record? Not long after, Gu Xian passed the 16th step. Her forehead was sweaty, but her gaze was still firm. She swept a glance at Gu Changa, who had a gentle and natural expression and seemed to be very confident in her. At the bottom of the path of heaven, for some reason, a burst of majestic and terrifying power suddenly erupted from somewhere. The surging aura of the great Tao surged out from her body like a new life. The 17th step, the 18th step. She arrived at the step Gu Changa was on back then. At this time, there was a wave of shocking sound nearby. Everyone's eyes widened. They almost fell to the ground. They were shocked and did not dare to believe it. True disciple Gu's record was broken again. Today's trip was not in vain. Who would have thought that she could really reach this step? This is too shocking. Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. It's like a dream. The disciples who were doubtful before almost gouged their eyes out at this moment. Gu Xian, who was standing on the 18th step, had a pale face. Her forehead was full of sweat. She felt the terrifying pressure. It was obvious that she had reached the point where it was extremely strenuous. However, she still had strength. She could still continue to move forward. At this time, many people also felt that Gu Xian would continue to move forward and break Gu Changa's record of the 18th step. But in the next moment, Gu Xian did something that made everyone's eyeballs almost fall out of their sockets. Her expression was calm as she stopped in her tracks. Then she came down from the original path. She did not continue to move towards the higher steps. Everywhere on the mountain peak suddenly became dead silent. No one would have thought that she would actually choose so many things at this time. This was a good chance to break Gu Changa's record of being the first in 100,000 years. It was a good chance to make a name for herself. She actually gave up just like that? Chapter 97. Gu Xian Er's actions stunned everyone. After a moment of silence, the crowd boiled over. Everyone's eyes widened. They were completely confused. After all, this was a good opportunity to make a name for herself. Many disciples' eyes turned red with envy. Their breathing quickened. She had already reached the 18th step? Why didn't she continue? They were all anxious for Gu Xian. If it were them, they would definitely take another step forward, regardless of the cost. Because this was the only chance to surpass Gu Chang'e, become famous, and be praised by millions. Even the elders couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. They couldn't understand why Gu Xian would give up such a chance and choose to stand with Gu Chang'e. In their opinion, after today, Gu Xian's status would be completely different. She would definitely be accepted as a disciple by the head elder. And once she missed this chance to surpass Gu Chang'e, there wouldn't be a second one. Far away on the cloud-shrouded mountain peak, the head elder, who was watching all this, couldn't help but feel confused. He had seen the battle between Gu Chang'e and Chu Wuji. He didn't expect that even Chu Wuji would be easily defeated by Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's strength was definitely one of the few heaven's prides he had seen in countless years. From now on, if he wanted to keep his status as the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, he couldn't consider Chu Wuji and the others. So he could only consider Gu Xian. Even if she couldn't break Gu Chang'e's record, he would still accept her as a disciple. But what the head elder didn't understand was why Gu Xian would give up when she could take another step forward. He couldn't understand this. Could it be that there was something else between Gu Xian and Gu Chang'e that no one knew? Or did she have other considerations? On the path of heavenly immortals, Gu Xian slowly walked down. Her face was clear and unparalleled. She wore a green robe and looked very slender. Her steps were firm and her expression was calm. She did not feel any regret or unwillingness because she did not break the record left by Gu Chang'e. She saw everyone's expression and shook her head slightly. She could already tell that the reason why Gu Chang'e felt that she could easily break this record was because Gu Chang'e no longer cared about the previous record. Because of Gu Chang'e, if he walked the path again, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Although one's talent was destined, many people could not take another step forward in their entire life. However, Gu Chang'e was obviously different from those people. There were all kinds of rumors since he was a child, so how could they be so casual? Not only did Gu Chang'e possess her Dao bone, but what was his innate talent? Until now, no one had ever seen it. So, even if she broke this record, what could she prove? Did it prove that her current talent was better than that of Gu Chang'e back then? This was no longer necessary. Xian, why did you stop? I feel that you can still take a few more steps. Seeing Gu Xian leave the path of heavenly Dao and walk down, Gu Chang'e understood everything in his heart. However, on the surface, he shook his head with some pity. It was as if he felt that it was a pity that Gu Xian had only reached the 18th level and felt that she could still reach a higher level. Gu Xian glanced at Gu Chang'e and could not be bothered with him. Originally, she wanted him to stop calling her Xian. Hearing it made her feel very uncomfortable and weird. He was clearly her greatest enemy, and she wanted nothing more than to grind his bones and scatter his ashes, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. However, she could not do anything about it. He also liked to wander around in front of her and deliberately anger her. Her masters were already shameless enough. However, compared to Gu Chang'e, it was simply a small child in the presence of a great one. Indeed, it proved that a shameless person was invincible in the world. Gu Chang'e's level of shamelessness was simply deranged. If she could beat Gu Chang'e, she would definitely not care about anything right now and give him a good beating first. I don't want you to care. Gu Xian coldly turned her head away. I don't want to care either. However, you have disappointed me. I had high expectations for you, but in the end, this is it? Hearing this, The smile on Gu Changa's face finally disappeared. His tone was slightly mocking. Gu Changa, don't think that you can always bully me. Hearing this, Gu Xian, who had been trying so hard to maintain her calm, suddenly exploded. Like an angry kitten, she glared angrily at Gu Changa. What did he mean by this? Although she knew that Gu Changa deliberately said this. However, others could say this, but not him. It was just like how if she did not do as he said and did not meet his expectations, she could not do it. Also, it was as if he was saying that with this little ability of yours, you still want to take revenge? Dream on. Gu Xian had a very strong self-esteem. Naturally, she would not allow Gu Changa to say this. What do you mean by don't think? Think about it. Do you really think that you have any chance? The mocking expression on Gu Changa's face did not diminish. That look of his was bullying you. He was bullying you for sure. At this moment, Gu Xian was simply about to explode. She was about to go crazy. She was so angry that she kept trembling. No one had ever thought that Gu Changa could make her so angry with just a few words. Right now, she really wanted to immediately take out the treasured knife bestowed by the Grandmaster and chop Gu Changa into minced meat. All the disciples and elders looked at this scene and suddenly fell into deep thought. After all, Gu Xian looked like she had a deep conflict with Gu Changa. However, it was obvious that Gu Changa still cared about her. Hearing these words, it seemed that he was regretting that Gu Xian did not surpass his record from back then. The reason why Gu Xian did not continue was probably because of Gu Changa. She thought about him and chose to stop. This was a harmonious scene between brothers and sisters. It even made quite a few disciples who did not know the truth feel a bit envious. Very soon, the news on Dao Heaven's path spread from the various divine islands and mountains of Dao Heaven's palace, triggering a commotion and shock. In particular, Gu Xian actually reached the 18th step, triggering an intense reaction. Many powers were secretly investigating her origins. In the end, they found that she was indeed related to the longevity Gu family. Moreover, it involved a very big matter. As for what it was, they did not know. The longevity family had existed for countless eras and years. If they wanted to deliberately hide something, how could they let them know? For a time, the name Gu Xian spread among the various great sections. At the same time, it was also known by the various sky prides. As for the fact that Gu Changa had easily crushed Chu Wuji, who was also a young supremacy and a successor disciple of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, many people were shocked. They felt that Gu Changa was even more unfathomable now. For those of the same generation, Gu Changa's strength was needless to say. He gave them a lot of pressure. Many young supremes also said that Gu Changa was definitely a mortal enemy who could not be underestimated. For a time, the successors of the supreme Taoism, imperishable sects, immemorial royal family, and immortal tribe all felt a lot of pressure. They all looked for opportunities or went into seclusion in an attempt to break through. Begging for flowers, immemorial immortal tribe, Yi clan, Xianqing heaven, on a divine island full of flowing lights and auspicious clouds. In the palace, a beautiful girl in a purple dress listened to all kinds of news coming in from outside. Her face kept changing. Her expression was dazed, confused, and absent-minded. It was very strange. Miss, are you still feeling guilty about what happened to Yi Qin? It has been a few months. Don't think about it anymore. Next to the girl in purple dress, a beautiful middle-aged woman was persuading her. She looked very worried. The two of them were Yi Liuli and Aunt Shui, who had returned to the Yi clan from the lower realm. After leaving the Tianyuan mystery land and parting with Gu Changa, they stayed in the lower realm for a while before returning to the Yi clan in the upper realm recently. However, Yi Liuli's recent state made Aunt Shui feel very strange. Sometimes she was dazed, sometimes in a daze, as if she was absent-minded. When asked, she would say that she was fine. Therefore, she guessed that it had something to do with Yi Chen's death. Her miss was very sad and hurt. Hearing Aunt Shui's words, Yuli suddenly came back to her senses. She was slightly stunned and could not help but ask curiously, "Aunt Shua, what are you saying?" "Yi Chen is dead. He's just a little ant with bad intentions. Why should I care about him?" I Hearing this, Aunt Shua was stunned. Could it be that her miss was so hurt that she even forgot about Yi Chen? But that was good too. Forget it. She almost offended Master Gu because of Yi Chen. Now, she could hear about him every day in the upper realm. It was clear how terrifying he was. Even if Yi Chen did not die and ascended to the upper realm, he would be scared to death. Then, joy appeared on her face. "Miss, you're right. It's just Yi Chen, a little ant. Why should you care about him?" Yi Liuli nodded, and her expression quickly calmed down. She muttered to herself in her heart, "Why do I care so much about Gu Changa recently? And why do I unconsciously call him master?" She felt that she had forgotten something important, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. A valiant young man walked in. He was tall and was clad in golden armor. He seemed to be shrouded in the divine light of the sun. Even his hair was extremely bright. He was like a young emperor. His chi and blood were unparalleled and extremely vast. "Little Yuli, what have you been thinking about recently? How come you didn't even notice me coming in?" The young man said with a smile, giving off a very sunny feeling. "Brother, why are you here? Have you heard about the young master of the longevity Gu clan Gu Changa?" When Yi Liuli saw the person, she could not help but smile and ask. The young man was her brother, the current successor of the immemorial immortal clan, Yi Langtan. Although he had not been born, there were still many legends about him in the various heavens. He was called the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. It was said that he was one of the few people who could compete with the young master of the Gu clan, Gu Changa. At this moment, when he heard his sister ask this question, Yi Longtian's eyes flashed, and then he smiled without batting an eyelid. "Sister, why do you mention the Gu Changa again? I heard that he went to the lower realms to look for something some time ago. You happened to see him. Why are you still thinking about him now?" It was easy for him to find out. After all, he could ask Anishua. Chen. Chapter 98. Hearing this, Yi Liuli's face slightly reddened. She lightly snorted. "Big brother, don't speak nonsense. How could I not forget him? I'm just very curious. After all, he's a young supreme being on par with Big Brother. I heard that he easily crushed a prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the immortal emperor realm. His strength is terrifying, and it's hard to find a match for him in the younger generation. That's why I couldn't help but ask brother." Her words sounded like an explanation. But how could Yi Langtian not understand what she meant? Was she asking him what he thought of Gu Changa? Her thoughts could not be hidden from him. He looked at Yi Liuli's hopeful expression and shook his head. Actually, he did not know how she had such a deep relationship with Gu Changa in the lower realm. He had heard from Andi Shue that Yi Liuli had offended him. But Gu Changa did not make things difficult for her and only asked her to apologize. However, just because of this, Yi Liuli couldn't forget him? Yi Langtian pondered for a while and said, "I know quite a bit about Gu Changa. This person is indeed my greatest enemy. Everyone calls me the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, but they say I have the potential to become a true immortal. Ancient emperor, true immortal, this already explains a lot. The ancient emperors expanded their territory, carried the mandate of heaven, and established supreme sections. But only true immortals could be called immortal and live forever. Although it sounded similar, there was still a big difference. Yi Langtian knew this very well. Gu Changa had broken through to the mid-stage of the immortal emperor realm. But he had just broken through to the immortal emperor realm, so the gap was not small. Hearing Yi Longtian's evaluation of Gu Changa, Yi Liuli was shocked. Even her brother said so. It seemed that Gu Changa was truly terrifying. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of a strange, ancient god, dignified and ancient, which made her fear Gu Changa even more. Yi Langtian did not notice Yi Liuli's strange behavior. He shook his head, thinking that he would compete with Gu Changa in the future. They were both young supreme beings, so he naturally had this bit of competitive spirit. He wouldn't be afraid of anything. Young master, that youth from the Collateral family, called Yi Ling, is here again. He wants to challenge you. Many people have already gathered at the martial arts arena. At this time, a servant's voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. This caused Yi Liuli, who was talking to Yi Langtian, to frown. Yi Ling, who is this person? An outsider dares to challenge Big Brother? Yi Liuli was stunned when he heard this. As the successor of the primordial immortals, Yi Langtian had yet to be born, but there was no need to say how terrifying his strength was. Yet there was actually someone who dared to challenge him. Did this person have a death wish, or was he asking for trouble? Hearing this, Yi Langtian's expression was somewhat annoyed. He explained, Yi Ling won first place in the Collateral family's competition some time ago. The family promised him 3 things. One of them was that he wanted to challenge me and defeat me to seek justice for injuring his father by accident. Big Brother, didn't you already give them a large sum of compensation for this? I remember that they even accepted. Yi Liuli was a little stunned when he heard this explanation. After accepting the compensation, he still wanted to seek justice. It was no wonder that even someone with a temperament like Big Brother would feel annoyed. He even used this as a pretext to make a fuss, saying that the main family looked down on the Collateral family. This caused a commotion and caused a few elders to scold me, Yi Langtian said, looking very annoyed. Even as the young master, he felt that it was difficult to deal with the other party's hooligan attitude. Moreover, during the challenge, he had to consider the Collateral family's reputation and suppress his cultivation. He thought that seeking justice was fake. His real intention was to seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Soon, Yi Langtian left and headed for the martial arts arena. Yi Liuli also followed behind. She was prepared to watch this so-called competition to get back at them. At the same time, where the unparalleled immortal dynasty was located, Eternal Daylight Sky, Immortal City, in a simple and majestic hall. The sun and moon hung high in the sky, and the universe suppressed the earth. Yu Mingkong, dressed in a loose emperor's robe, sat on the throne. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a strong emperor's aura. The ministers below trembled in fear as they reported the recent events. The internal and external affairs of the immortal dynasty have been settled. From today onwards, there will be no more objections. After hearing the following words, Yu Mingkong nodded, finally revealing a look of satisfaction. Withdraw. Then she waved her hand, and the ministers left one after another. In the palace, there were only a few confidants left. Soon, Yu Mingkong dismissed everyone again. She rubbed her forehead, looking a little tired as she recalled what was going to happen next. After all, she had to make preparations first. Even she, who had foresight, found it so difficult. If she did not know these things, she was afraid that she would not be able to do anything. Gu Changa was too terrifying. According to the time, the Yin sky will descend soon, and the inner area will be in chaos. After all, it's the ancient universe that has manifested. This will become the most important thing for the various clans and orthodoxies. The various great sects will also join forces to establish the true Immortal Academy and select the most outstanding disciples to create true immortals. The immortal path of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace should also appear. My good husband has planned for so long to enter the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace for so long. Back then, I didn't notice at all. Now that I think about it, this might be the biggest secret for him to enter the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Back then, when the immortal essence appeared, the various clans fought over it and even alerted the Supremes. However, in the end, no one got it, and the immortal essence disappeared. Now it seems that the immortal essence was definitely stolen by Gu Changa in secret. He stole it under the watchful eyes of the various terrifying beings. Haha, as expected of my good husband. Yu Mingkong laughed self-deprecatingly, and then her expression gradually turned serious. He has a forbidden demonic technique, and his true cultivation is definitely not as simple as it seems. I was too impulsive in the Gu family. If he had wanted to kill me back then, my chances of survival would not have been high. I have to be fully prepared in the future. At that thought, Yu Mingkong sighed faintly. She did not gain any advantage in the Gu family trip. However, she also realized that Gu Changa's actions did not seem to be the same as what she had experienced in her previous life. This made her puzzled, but more than that, she felt uneasy. She knew that Gu Changa was born with a demonic nature, and this matter would probably be known to the world soon. He had dug out his young cousin's Dao bone and transplanted it to himself to hide his demonic nature. Of course, this matter did not have much of an impact on Gu Changa. At most, he would bear a lot of infamy. The aptitude of a true immortal, born with a demonic nature, this matter was really too shocking. However, she did not know where Gu Changa's demonic nature came from. She personally guessed that it had something to do with a forbidden demonic technique. Thinking about it this way, little sister Xian is so kind, but she is just a pitiful person. In her previous life, not only did Gu Changa dig out her bone, but he also swallowed her cultivation source, so she disappeared without a trace. At that time, I foolishly thought that she had let go of her hatred and went into seclusion. In this life, I have to protect her well. When Yu Mingkong thought of this, she felt that the burden on her shoulders had become much heavier. Others did not know, but she knew very well. Gu Changa had an incomparably mysterious master behind him, and in her previous life, he had only made a move once. It was that time that he had helped Gu Changa resolve the matter of his demonic technique almost being exposed. Yu Mingkong guessed that Gu Changa's mysterious master definitely had something to do with Gu Changa's forbidden demonic technique. He would only make a move when Gu Changa's forbidden demonic technique was about to be exposed. Otherwise, why would he not dare to show himself openly? The matter of the forbidden demonic technique was of great importance. Even someone as powerful as Gu Changa's mysterious master only dared to hide in the dark. It was obvious what the situation would be if he was exposed. In Yu Mingkong's heart, she did not want Gu Changa to have such a day where he was deserted by everyone and only enemies in the vast world. What I am doing now, isn't it to protect him? Yu Mingkong quickly calmed down. She decided to make a trip to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. It had to do with the manifestation of the immortal path, and of course Gu Xianer. As Gu Shijiu's sister-in-law, she could not see her in danger without realizing it. Right, during this period, the successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara should also be born. I think he's called Yi Ling. He has an ancient talisman of Samsara that contains the power of Samsara. I must get my hands on this power. Yu Mingkong narrowed her eyes as she thought of another important matter. The ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara was an extremely ancient existence. His cultivation level was extremely high. It was said that he controlled the power of the 6 paths of Samsara. Heaven and earth could not bury him, and time could not reverse him. She could take advantage of the fact that the successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara was still weak and snatch the ancient talisman of Samsara from him. After thinking this through, Yu Mingkong also began to make arrangements. Inside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals in the boundless heaven, on the mountain peak, clouds and mist were faintly discernible. A white-robed elder with a transcendent aura was fishing. Great Elder, you are in such a leisurely mood. I am deeply impressed. Accompanied by a light laugh, a young man in white robes casually found a stone bench and sat down. His expression was natural and casual, as if he was at home. Gu Changa, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush between you and me. The great elder did not even lift his eyelids. He was still looking at his straight hook and staring at the sea of clouds below. He did not have a good attitude towards Guchanga, who had come here. Guchanga did not care at all. Hearing this, he smiled and said nothing much. I just want to thank you for teaching my sister, Great Elder. Gu Xian, who was standing behind him expressionlessly, clenched the jade sword in his hand when he heard this. He could not wait to stab him from behind. Usually only a few people could come to the mountain peak where the Great Elder was. Before this, Guchanga had only come here once. It was also when he entered the sect that he broke the 100,000-year record of the path of heavenly Tao and shocked everyone. Many people thought that the Great Elder would accept him as a disciple, but they did not expect that the Great Elder would only bring him back to the mountain peak and let him leave after saying a few words. He did not mention anything about accepting a disciple at all. Guchanga naturally remembered this very clearly. At that time, the Great Elder's first sentence was to say that his motives were not pure, that his demonic nature was deeply rooted, and that he could not bear the heavy responsibility.